Baka.
Nani? Nani? All right, so here we are, Pismo Beach and all the clams we can eat. Back for another session. It's been a while. Yeah, sorry about taking a vacation, guys, and then having work get in the way so much, but here we are. It's all my fault that we haven't played in a while. I accept that. I accept that. I accept that claim because it's completely my fault, but
as long as you understand that you are a piece of shit.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that, and I was aware of that even before we even started playing this 9 years ago.
Okay.
I am 9 years ahead of the curve on that fact.
No,
but yeah, like 9 years ahead of you on that one. I knew that for reasons that we're not even going to get into right now.
No. Exactly.
I don't know how you managed to do that, but that's what you did. Yeah. All right, let's do our introductions now that we're back. And we're back for another episode of Adventures in Loxos. And I guess we'll start introducing our cast of characters here. Starting from the top, we have AGTX the Dragons.
That would be the song I would have gone with, but sure.
Yeah. And he will be playing our human slayer / dragon shaman, totem of the dead dragon god Fenrir, the red dead dragon god Fenrir. And interject like, sir, I will kill you.
I was like, who? Yeah. Who the fuck are you
introducing?
This is definitely not you, Quill. Like, this motherfucker's off his rock.
Most of that was true, except for the last part. Most of that was true.
Off the reservation.
Off the reservation. Nope. Uquill is none of those things. Nope. He's about drink and companionship. Well, companionship. Maybe it's not the right word for it, but
companionship. Yeah. He's all about that.
Yeah.
He tries to find out. He wants to fuck around and find out.
Nice. Just on the fuck.
Yes. Lots. In fact, that might be one of his favorite things outside of fighting.
I mean, and there you go. And there you go. That's Uquill, everybody. Next person. Moving along then. Then we have Kassid69, who will be playing the Mycetid Pion Mender, Agargus.
Ayo.
And the thing about a Mycetid is they are like halfling size, so about like 4 foot, and they are mushroom-noid people. You know, humanoid mushroom folk.
What'd you call me?
I called you humanoid. Yeah, that might be an insult to the Mycetid. I don't know, actually. But
Humanoid.
Yeah. So, not only are they a Mycetid, but they are a subrace of Mycetid known as the Androgyny, meaning that they are completely asexual, neither male nor female. They just are. It's kind of a long story, but Mycetid basically are born asexual, and then they develop their reproductive abilities later on. Sometimes they don't. And those are
not this one.
Yeah, clearly not that one. And
Pray that you will never thinks about that.
There's a running theme about the Myconid here lately that got mentioned in one of the previous sessions, that everything about them seems disgusting. And, like from the way they from their actions, you know. Case in point, one of Agaragus's main attacks is to just sneeze on you. They just blow snot rockets all over you, and it wrecks you pretty good. So that's a fine example of Myconid culture right there. You run into a Myconid, expect to get sneezed on if you scare them.
Yep.
Anything else you'd like to?
Super soaker full of bear mace.
Anything you'd like to add to that, Agaragis?
No.
No, nothing at all.
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Not one.
All right. Not a one. Well, that's making a lot of noise. Okay. Anyways, well, that's Agaragus, everybody. Then we have, when we look at it, we have Icy Hot _2305. And he will be playing the half drow, half human, which drow are just dark elves. Half drow, half human, deep druid, Zoltan Heisenberg. And here we go, y'all. A deep druid is not your mama's druid. A deep druid does not get their abilities from their blue skies and rainbows and sunny beams from heaven. Oh no. They get them from the deep places. The caves. The underground places. You know, mountains. Subterranean. The cockles. Yes. The cockles. Zoltan is, yeah, he tends to be the party's resident wild card from time to time, and yes, he is the antithesis of your typical druid. Is somebody at a checkout line right now? somebody buying milk and cheese right now? Right? It sounds like they're in a grocery store. Am I wrong? All right.
Possibly.
Then we have, moving along, we have Tempest Inferno, who will be playing Otis Hirokin, the halfling cleric / favorite soul / champion of Obot High. /
the tallest of the whole group.
Yeah, he is 4 foot tall. And Otis, he's not your typical halfling. I honestly believe Otis has been through too much in life to just be the carefree, jovial halfling.
He's sick as shit.
He's not. With that said, though, he is still pretty sped, I guess. Yeah. And Otis is probably the only halfling alive that has himself a bit of a temper management problem.
No, you don't.
You'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. You'll see. Oh. And that is Otis Hirokin, the halfling cleric with the big heart. Then we have Mindoc, who will be playing Mindoc, the high elf wizard. Not much can be said about Mindoc. He has traveled with the party. He has traveled with the party before, And the last time it was problematic, and now he has returned, which just seems to be problematic. All of that lore will eventually come out as we continue playing. And what his reasons are now for having returned to the party, all of that will eventually come out as we continue playing. So for now, he is a man of mystery. He's the secret agent, man. Okay, sorry. That joke is probably dated and nobody's going to get it. So that is mine. Yeah, that is mine, Doc. Like everybody's like, that's a song.
It's like that meme I posted the other day.
Yeah. Then we have, yeah, sure. Then we have,
Of course, you didn't look at the talks that took fast. Yeah, this. I post shit. You're just like, yeah, fuck you. You did.
yeah. I mean, I see so. No. Then we have Android Farisen, who will be playing Lord Android Farisen, the half human, half wood elf, Bard / Paladin, which we use 3.5 because we play 3.5 D&D. You're welcome. We use the 3.5 book Unearthed Arcana, which is basically the core handbook for any kind of variant you're going to want to do for your basic classes. And his Paladin is a variant Paladin, which turns it into a prestige class, which makes his Paladin all killer, no filler, / Saint of Coralon Lorethian. And
Not a very good one.
he does all right. He does good. Yeah, he's the party's moral compass most of the time. You know, he always most of the time. And then if he doesn't, he's got Otis. Like Otis is a good moral compass too. Sometimes, I mean, we know who's not. But regardless of all that, no. But Android is the Lord of a Manor. He's the long lost heir to House Farisen, which is one of the noble houses of the Nation of White Sword, located on the continent of Siren, and he is currently learning how to do that because most of his life he grew up traveling around as a bard in a trope, and so it's a clash of styles, you could say, going from being kind of the vagabond carefree to having the weight of nobility upon one's shoulders. And we will just see how that all unfolds for him as we continue. He's still pretty fresh in it.
He'll probably cry.
Really?
He does vomit a lot. I've noticed. Like, I don't know what he's eating. Yeah, I don't know what he's been eating, but he needs to change his diet.
So not good. It's so not good.
The combination of very little and stress.
Very little.
Oh,
Diet plan out now, people.
Oh, bitch diet. Got it.
Oh, so
All bitch diet.
All bitch made God.
All bitch made.
Yeah, he treats it. Oh, so he's treating his adventuring like a 9 to 5. I get it. And I am your humble DM. Nope, that is not me. I am your humble DM, Lord Pot. Nope, that's not me either. Where did I go? I'm like trying to.
Why are you looking for yourself?
I'm looking for my own like little character picture, and I threw up the freaking the Neolithic. I'm like, and I am your humble DM, the Neolithic. Prepare to die. Yeah, I am the final boss. No, none of that though. None of that. Boy, that really.
That's legit.
That just threw me. Yeah, at the very end of the game, it's like, and you guys enter to meet the BBEG, It is me. I poisoned your wine. Long live me.
Not so humble anymore.
Yeah.
I wholeheartedly believe it.
It was all a ruse. Yeah, but here I am, Lord Pog, your humble DM. And I want to thank them old school gamers for being patient with me as life was getting in the way, and they waited patiently to play another session. And I want to thank you, the audience at home, for joining us again for another Adventures in Loxos. And yeah, let's roll the Oh. All right. So a brief recap. Last session. Last session, you guys finally buttoned up everything that you were doing for Lord Varan. You found a watering source for the lost Myconid. You defeated the Neolithid, got Zoltan's time frame back. Agaragus
Time frame.
yeah. You just never know what Agaragus's allegiance is gonna be session per session. Like last session they gave it up freely. This session they're like, you know what, give it back. Garagus did sadly have to watch Dodd, their mentor, die again. For the second time.
Thanks.
Well, you know.
I didn't know he was gonna die again.
Yeah. Which brings me to another interesting thing that happened last session. We came to find out that Otis had a potion that cures paralysis and stone shape on his person that he has had for a total of 9 years. He literally got that potion his first session ever, not just of playing this campaign, but ever of playing D&D. He had that potion on him for that long.
And it was meant for Mindoc.
And it was meant for Mindoc. Mindoc used to be really prone to dying back in the day. He couldn't walk.
Hang on, that's a bit of yeah, I'm not sure about that.
He couldn't walk down a flight of stairs without dying.
The immediate protest is sending me. He said, "Hold on, wait a second." Yes,
I count once.
highest death count.
Twice, 3 times the death rolls. Anyways, but yeah, so that brought in like a flood of memories for me, and it was real nostalgic. But yeah, you guys buttoned everything up, and then you spent the night in Mindoc's pocket dimension, which is a giant gothic, I'll bet extremely bare and like bare minimum mansion. which rooms have been prepared for you guys. And while Mindoc rested and regained and recouped some of his ability.
Are we long rested?
Yeah, I would say you guys are long rested. I mean, you guys slept, fine. Which Otis just straight up passed out. So I would say, yeah, he probably long rested. Zoltan contemplated the time frame. Agaragis went into it's kind of like a hibernation mode. It's more like a sleep mode than it is like actually going to sleep, where they just kind of sort of petrify. And while in this state, they look just like a regular organic mushroom, except that they're still the same size. So picture any kind of regular mushroom at 4 feet tall and, as wide as you like. And that's what a Garrigus did, and contemplated their future as the new elder androgyne, the new elite of the Pion Menders, which is a mantle that has been passed down from Dodd and generation to generation to Dodd, now to Agaragis. So Agaragis is now the new elite of their special androgyne faction of the Pion Menders. Android, did he sleep? I can't remember. Did he sleep or did he meditate? I want to say he meditated.
Probably meditated is a safe bet. I don't remember exactly.
I think he meditated and just contemplated on what to do next.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, like you guys have been just all over the place here so much lately. And I want to say, like, one of the things he was contemplating on is all the side quests that you guys have going on right now. The primary side quest being the fact that you guys are slowly killing the elements of the material plane. You guys have like slowly cut off the way it works is the realms of the elemental planes, fire, water, air, and Terran, all have a direct conduit into the material plane of Loxos. And that's where Loxos gets its elements from, the changing of the seasons and this and that. These conduits are known as the weirds. You got the weird of fire, the weird of air, yada yada yada. You get it. You guys have slowly been killing them. You guys have had to knock off 3 of them already, because the first one pretty much sacrificed themselves to you to be free of their bonds of slavery, which has set off a chain of events where the others have now had to willingly sacrifice themselves by giving you their purest form of essence. With the water weird, it's the water of life. With the air weird, it was the eye of the storm. With the Terran weird, it was the alchemist's stone. So now you have just one more weird to find and get that and get their pure essence, because once you have that, you don't know what to do next. Nobody explained it to you.
About essence, this is a good time.
This is very herbal essence. A real organic experience. Anyways, so they I think that's what Android was contemplating on what to do about that, because that is a pressing matter. Plus he's also being told by his liaison Sebastian at his noble house that he needs to come back because there is important noble business he needs to take care of. So he's being torn in all those directions. Then we have Uquil. And Uquil was just chilling, basically, until he got the call from his ancestors. And I want to be clear. Calling them his ancestors is kind of like a title more for him than it is like his actual ancestors. But because Uquil is basically carrying around in him the spirit of a dead dragon god, dragonkind kind of few do view him, a lot of them do, as their kin now. Now, make no doubt about it, this is a realistic world setting, so there is xenophobia and bigotry. So not all of the dragon kind look at him as kin, but the ancestors definitely do. And just to tackle a little bit of lore that you guys are aware of, but just for this particular recording, dragons aren't a common thing on Loxos anymore. The big winged creatures, those are gone. Nobody really knows where they went, or or if they're dead or whatever. The party's well aware that they just exist in a different realm now, known as the Beastlands. But there are 4 straight up dragons that still exist on the continent of Pengshun in the Dragoon Below Shogunate. And they are known as the Ancestors. And the Ancestors definitely look at Uquil like kin. He is their chosen one. He is the one that is supposed to free their goddess Tachesis, sister of Tiamat, from her prison in the stars. And they're betting all of it on him. And so Uquil is filling their pool, telling him he needs to come back. That there is something left undone there. And that is where we begin tonight's session. And in fact, before we even get there, I remember last session we didn't really get into too much of what Agaragis must be feeling right now, having had that mantle placed upon them by Dodd. And while in their hibernation. Mainly because Agaragis' player fell out. but that's okay. That's okay. It was kind of a long session and it was getting pretty late, so Agaragis, you are in hibernation mode right now. And and I guess that's what we called it, right? Hibernation mode, basically.
Yeah, I think so.
Like it's like a form of torpor, really. What is Agaragis thinking about right now, like while in this state, having learned everything that they learned? Just to recap it for you a little bit, because I know it's been 2 weeks, and to be fair, Dodd basically, the last thing he did before dying was give you his root, which, let the memes roll in. He gave you his root, which nice. Basically is the mantle that says that you are now the elite androgyne of the Pion Mender. You now have what Dodd's role was, which that there are several different kinds of elite androgyne. They're like broken up into different kind of castes, I guess you could say, because you have the different kinds of androgyne. You have what your kind, the Pion Mender. You have the Death Cap, the Roaming Candida, the Stachbritos Carterum, and the Watchful Blight, and then there's the Fungus Golem. And for each of those, each one of them has their elite leader, kind of their elder, as it were. Dodd was the Pion Mender's elder, but now he has passed, and he has given that mantle onto you. And when it happened, you could hear all the previous elite Pion Mender, elder Pion Mender, besides just Dodd, talking to you, all shouting at you at once, trying to either give you advice or shout protest or whatever, until Dodd drowned them out and explained to you the history, the true history of the Mycadid. That once upon a time, the Mycadid were a subclass of demon created by what's her name now? Because she's got like a crazy name. Zugdemoy. the demon prince Zugdamoy, and she,
Old Sucky.
yeah, old.
No way.
Old Zuggy. I mean, sure. That, you know what? You're allowed to play as much D&D as you like. So old Zuggy, originally created, like, for the longest time, you guys had believed that you guys were created by a demon, because what they were trying to do was kind of an experiment to see if they could create something good, something that was capable of love. And you guys had believed that for like ever, only to find out that that's not true at all, that you guys were once like a sub race of demon kind, but for whatever reason it didn't quite work the way she had wanted, and so you guys are now just the Mycodid, you know. But it directly does mean that you are part demon. And freaking with all that comes from. Yeah. I mean, you're part demon, and with all that comes with it, you know. But you have learned that, and Dodd kind of told you in a roundabout way that he believes that you have a chance to do something no other Mycodid has ever done, and that is truly be free. You know, you
drop the Zuggy.
Yeah, yeah, like you dropped the Zuggy. Like you had the lost Mycodid. Would you stop? You had the lost Mycodid who are outsiders to Mycodid society, but you know, you see them, they look wretched and pitiful and this and that. That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about like truly be free. And so he gave you his root. He gave you the mantle of the Elder Pion Mender now. So and that, brings us pretty much to present day, as it were. And so you're sitting in your torpor right now, and I'm just kind of curious as to what is going through Agaragus's mind right now, having learned all of that.
Static. No, okay, I'm just... he's trying to focus on how to like represent Dodd, as a whole, for the mushroom people, and also like how to walk in his shoes, but keeping on his own path as well.
Okay. So he wants that. He's trying to learn how to represent. Or contemplate, contemplate on how best to represent. While you are contemplating this, while they are contemplating this, you hear Dodd speak to you once more, saying, "Be weary, Agaragus. Be very weary. Some of the other elders of the different factions will not accept you. What I have done here was not planned, and so there will be resistance to your position. You may have to fight your own kind, something I know you have never contemplated even doing, something that is not even common or inherent in our nature. And yet, the position I have put you in, you may end up having to fight your own. I am sorry that I had to do this to you, but it is the only way. It is the only way. You shut your mouth. It is the only way that our kind will ever be free." And then it's just like a whisper on the wind, and then you just hear this like slight rustling. Almost sounds like wind moving through the cave tunnels and brushing through the mushroom forests and the seaweed grass of your homeland. And then it's just gone. So a considerable amount of time goes by, and I'm going to say that, Mindoc has well rested, and everybody has well rested enough with the allotted time that they need to well rest. I believe that you Quill yeah, I mean, yeah, with all things considered, you got as much rest as you possibly could. Okay, what do you want from me? But Quill, because of his ring of sustenance, does not need to rest nearly the full amount of time. So, Quill, long before anybody else is up, I would say he's the first one awake, kind of doing what is Quill doing while everybody else is asleep right now inside this random mansion that is just a pocket dimension devised of Mindoc.
I mean, I'm probably just doing what he normally does, like not really.
He goes and takes a big... What? I'm sorry. I was gonna say he goes and takes a deuce in the corner of the room. He's like, yeah, that's the ticket.
No, like, because it's like typical go-to would have been just like, drink something or whatever, but he don't drink the stout stuff as much anymore, so he's probably just sitting there like, just keeping a watch, like just not paying too much attention, thinking about this, that, and the third, but nothing grandiose or anything. Like, I don't know nothing about this, but and it's Mindoc's pocket dimension. You think you really trust it?
Yeah. Every little sound, every like noise, clatter on the stone, every creaking of wood. He's just looking, grabbing his sword, like, I'll kill you.
Yeah, I'll kill you till you fucking die, you motherfucker.
Yeah. All right.
Occasionally, some faceless servant just drifts past. Yeah.
Yeah. You will fucking start slashing there and shit.
Yeah, they just float on by. And they're like, champagne? No. But yeah, eventually everybody begins to stir, and Mindoc, you awake feeling revitalized. I'm gonna say whatever you, within this few minutes of first waking up, you prepare your spells and whatnot, the spells that you need. And whilst you're doing that, you watch as the glowing eyes of the skull, the random skull companion that you have I don't want to necessarily say make friends with, but that has appeared within your abode. By the, I mean, you just met. I mean, would you call him a friend? I mean, like, you could call him a friend. That'd be really sweet of you, to be that kind of guy.
Exist.
Yeah. But the glowing eyes of Crowley pop open, and he watches you. Oddly enough, like, even though he is just a skull, he is somehow able to just like emote expressions in a way that, like, you can tell the kind of like that he's making the expression, you know what I mean? And he watches you with a bit of interest, and he looks at you and he says, if you ever need anything of my services regarding the magical world, feel free to call upon my services.
Am I able to contact you from outside of this subrealm?
He says, not at all. He says, but, and somehow he like produces, and you're not even sure how he does it, but he just somehow produces this amulet in his teeth, like on a chain, and he drops it before him, and he says, but if you use this on any door, it will allow you to come to this room quickly without having to cast the whole mansion thing. If you're wanting just a quick jaunt here and there, this amulet will facilitate you with that. He says, "You're
Annika
welcome."
stares blankly at him for a second and asks, "Has my haven been tampered with in the creation of this amulet?"
He says, "You're..." He contemplates it for a minute, like before he speaks. He goes to say something, and he like again, like his skull somehow emotes like an expression of like thought for a minute, as his eyes like seem to like look up into the side, and then he goes, "Your mansion is a tampering of the fabrics of reality anyways, Mind Doc. So to that extent, I would say yes. But to the extent that you are thinking, I would say no."
I hope that is the case.
He goes, "You look..."
Nonetheless, understood.
He says, "You look at magic as a weave, correct? This is wise. It is like a knot that you have to untie. My sole purpose is to help you untie it."
A nod.
Yeah, when he says that, you remember Lipa and how he showed you the knot and explained magic being a weave to you and everything, like how it looked like a simple knot, but it was not. You know? And he told you, even then, when you can do that to magic. Yeah. And so, again, Crowley says, "I will help you and assist you in such an endeavor."
Perhaps gives him the sort of nod of like, I acknowledge you. As this kind of a bit in his thoughts, and still kind of distant. He
He says, "One
picks up
more.
the amulet. Yeah.
He says, one more thing. One more thing. When you come back, will you bring me a book? I have one simple request. I need a book.
A particular book?
Well, preferably a murder mystery novel. But, I mean, I do fancy the romance ones as well."
This can be acquired.
Says, "Thank you."
Freaking picks up the amulet and the mirror and marches out of out of the room. Not even second guessing it. Just fair enough.
Yeah, you thought it was gonna be like some kind of like epic side quest thing, like it's a dark tome, or he's just like a murder mystery or a romance novel. Neither will do. So you come walking out of the room as everybody else is beginning to stir. You, Quill, you can hear Otis as he awakens, and Zoltan as he gets up, and Agaragis is coming out of their torpor, and Android, you are coming out of your meditation, and when you come out of your meditation, Solar kind of ruffles his feathers a little bit and molts a little bit, picks some loose ones out of his off of his body and out of his wings, and then flies over to your shoulder and lands. And just nods. Mind Doc, you as well, when you come walking out of your abode, Crow comes flying over and lands on your shoulders.
Yeah, I would say they've probably You know what? Never mind. They're talking, but like telepathically, so never mind.
I'd just say he was waiting around, waiting for you to wake up. You know, he'd been chilling. He dropped a deuce on Agaragus's mushroom cap, and then no.
Nothing came from that, though.
But no. So you all awaken and meet Mindoc in the foyer of his mansion, where his front door, the front door that you had entered into, and you see as all the faceless servants are floating by, you know. And when I say floating, I don't mean like floating like a ghost. They don't have like the tatter, and they're not. I want you to think like they're T-posing, kind of, you know, but they're not even but they don't have their arms out in the T-pose position. They're all holding like different trays or brooms or just whatever, you know, but they're completely like unanatomically correct, faceless beings that just float around stiffly around, managing their different duties and tasks as they handle it. And I mean, it's not cluttered, but from time to time you just see one float by. Maybe he's holding a tray of some sort or something, you know. They're just they all appear to be on autopilot, you know. And you turn loose, Mindoc within his foyer of his large, bare Gothic style mansion. And yeah, there we are.
You were successful. Is Mindoc's greeting?
Oh. Yeah.
I'm just gonna mumble to oh, you're welcome again.
Then you can return to informing me on supposed past.
Oh. Well, okay.
Excellent. I presume you have another destination.
Yes, I believe we still need to rendezvous with Farun, right? And something to do with vein in the wall, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought we were done with that.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
What happened was, I think I might need to go back to say hi.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You got the call. That's right. Okay. Yeah. If that's what we were gonna do next, then we need to go back there anyway because we need to talk to them frog dudes. That's right. That is.
I gotta go see my boo thing.
So many people spoke at once. What?
Yeah. Okay. So we got to visit Uquil's ancestors. We need to speak to the frogs about he who shan't be named, and we also need to pick up a piece of my property for Zoltan.
Okay. And where do you need to go now?
Back to Pengshun.
Yeah, it's looking that way.
Yeah. I can't help but feel like we had to finish something up, though.
Mandoc holds out the mirror, just wordlessly.
Yeah, give me that back. That's right. And like, takes that and stuffs it in his pocket.
It was most interesting.
Don't tell me that. he goes to say something and then just don't tell me that. I'll think about that. I'll analyze that too deeply. Okay, so to Pengshun then. That's right. We're going to gather up and use the Eye of the Storm. Is that correct?
If you want.
There was some reason I didn't want to use it last session, but I don't remember if that was
Because we were around all the myconids.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. All right. If everybody's ready.
Otis is actually gonna raise up fingers like, actually, if I may interject just real quick and then turn to a Garricus and just kind of question him about Dodd. Like, I just don't know much about Dodd. Like, who was Dodd exactly?
It's kind of, for a Garricus to characterize Dodd is quite the question.
You're welcome.
I would describe him as kind of like the high priest of the mushrooms.
Were you close to him?
Especially now, yes, I would say so, but I didn't necessarily know him, but he knew me.
Ah,
If that makes any sense.
yeah, I guess I kind of just assumed maybe like fatherish figure or something.
Yeah, I would say so. He's I don't know if he's like that to every mushroom, but I would say to a big group of them, he is like that, like a mentor. Like the head pion mender kind of thing.
Okay, no, I'm just curious because like you seemed really sad that he's gone. I thought he may have been like really, really close to you or something.
Well, I mean, now so yes, but that has
Keep saying it like that.
You're talking to a mushroom. What are you-
sadly. It's just more, Agaricus didn't realize how close he was with them until, we kind of got down here into the situation, and then got gobbled up.
So you would be happy if he was still alive.
Yes.
Otis is then going to turn to you, Cole. Can you pull Dodd's body out of the bag, please?
Oh.
No way.
God.
People just looks at him and he's like, okay.
Please. I can't promise this will work, but I would like to try. So please don't get your hopes up too high, as I've
Oh.
never done this before.
Oh, okay.
You
well,
pulls
this-
him out from the bag.
Is this potentially hazardous to our immediate surroundings?
Otis isn't going to answer, not even just paying any attention.
I'd like to think not.
So you guys withdraw the what is basically the petrified effigy of Dodd from the bag of holding. The bag of holding stretches and allows, as you put your hand down in there, you feel something grab you. No, I'm just kidding. But
And you get pulled in.
pulls you in and is like, not today, sucker. No, but you pull out the stone effigy of Dodd, who Dodd is kind of a off-putting little guy. He the elder Mycodid over time seemed to grow a little bit taller than that of your average Mycodid. They are quite capable of getting to the size of 5 foot tall, sort of the size of like dwarves, if you will. And Dodd, being the kind of Mycodid he's a little bit more distinguished looking. His body was that of like algae type grass, and his head was like pretty much non-existent. Where his head and neck would be it would look more like a bouquet of split mushroom caps and flowers and smaller mushrooms just growing up out of his shoulders. Again, the Mycetid are pretty wild looking in their appearance. And as you guys pull Dodd up out his petrified effigy from how he died and set him on the ground. And Otis, what do you do?
I'm gonna have him just lay Dodd down on the ground and cast Resurrection.
Does he have Resurrection as a spell?
Yes. Because you said I long rested, so.
I think I prohibited that as a gettable spell for clerics. Yeah.
I don't recall.
When we first started, yeah.
Man.
I think it was Wish, True Resurrection, and something else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But you left the ones that have like I don't want to say
curse and will cure ability damage, like permanent ability score damage and things like that. I have left, but
yeah,
things that
I do.
I said things that like make you like well, basically Jesus. I prohibited. Yeah.
I think you left like lesser restoration because you take a hit for like lesser restoration or some shit. Well, the player that has to be resurrected, at least, let me put it that way.
But I think what has happened here is that you knew this when you first started playing, but then you had to drop out for a little while, and now that you come back, you had forgotten it, and so now you have it, thinking you could have it, and now as a DM, I feel kind of bad about that because we just went through this whole.
I mean, it's my own fault for forgetting. So,
hold on, because we went through this whole scene. What I'm going to allow to happen here, right, is that because you do know that once upon a time there have been clerics in the past who have been capable of doing this, right? Who have won favor with their god to such an extent that their god has allowed them to resurrect the dead from time to time. Yeah, I don't even allow regeneration as a spell, by the way, either. So, like, if somebody loses a leg, that leg is gone. However, I will say that you try. Okay? Otis, you feel the magic, you feel the holy energy running through you, but it's just something that you cannot grasp. But there is a glimmer there of hope that you feel, that perhaps you are trying to unlock that next level between you and Obot High. And though I'm sorry, it just doesn't work this time. I really do feel bad because of this whole situation now. But I have to stay true to the campaign. The fear of death has to be real, y'all.
That's a plant.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's go get him some Miracle Grow.
Just dump some fertilizer on him. It'll be alright. No,
Yeah.
you Quill, take a shit on his cap.
Everyone, drop trowel. We're doing a reverse bukkake right now. But no, it just doesn't work this time, Otis. But you know that the possibility stands. Okay?
So after that whole ordeal, he's just gonna kind of look up at Agaragos, say, "Sorry, I told you I've never done it before."
Agaricus just looks up with kind of like tears in their eyes and runs over and like kind of just hugs Otis, his leg.
Aw.
Am I able pick up on what was just attempted.
I'm gonna say no to that. There is
Being
a
party pooper tonight.
If it's a foreign kind of magic, then
there is a distinct difference between
yeah.
the magical forces you weave compared to divine magic, druidic magic, and well, I digress for now. But no, let's just say you watched in attention of what Otis was doing. Obviously it has caught your eye, but you're not entirely sure what just transpired there, you know.
Just look at. Okay, no.
I am. We've been gone for 3 weeks and already I'm saying no to everything.
Wes might have just asks, what were you attempting with that? So gestures down at.
I just want to say, I was like, wouldn't you like to know?
Would you like to know, weather boy?
Yeah.
Why are you so averse to sharing information with me?
Because I don't fully trust you still. Have you not picked up on that yet?
Have I given you some reason to distrust me?
Multiple.
Surely. Never mind. Let us continue. Shall I have it cleaned up, or?
Oh, Doc? No, I'll take him.
Garricus just sharply looks at him.
Yeah, Android just stuffs him back into the bag of holding. He's like, yeah, I don't know. I felt bad leaving him there.
Oh, okay.
I dump him back out.
No. Like, no, please, and like try to stuff him back.
All right.
Everybody just cram it down.
Yeah, just cram it down. Heck,
And that's like, halfway through, like, servants. As you dump it back.
Go from a wholesome moment to like Three Stooges type shit.
That's our group in a nutshell, David.
Yeah.
No kidding.
You close the cigarette, smoking a cigarette, watching the whole thing like, the fuck?
So, despite having completed your task, you would rather visit Pinkston before settling things with the drow?
We should probably tell him that we at least took care of the lipid worm, right? Did we tell him that already?
You said that we did. That's what I was asking earlier. You said that we handled it.
No, I was talking about the vein in the water.
I thought that's
The
how
mechanids.
but I thought that's how we got back to
We got to the worm after that was taken care
bottom.
of.
Was through
Our guy. We should go double check.
Okay. Yeah, let's go double check. I don't think we did.
So,
The vein is nearby then.
so what are you guys doing exactly then?
I mean,
Just-
what we really have to do is just walk out his
Yes.
freaking dimension door thing,
First,
and then we're already there.
we're just gonna walk out of the pocket dimension and reassess. What am I trying to say? Reevaluate. What we're
Get
doing.
our bearings.
All right.
As you near the exit, Randok like tells it to open in Sylvan before you like collide with a wall.
So you guys, the doors swing open and you all exit out. when you exit the pocket dimension, does Mindoc close the portal to it for good this time?
Yes.
Like just desummons it? Okay.
And as I leave, I tell the servants, sterilize the air of any potential spores as best you can.
They just bow and begin to shuffle around and do as you wish. You guys step out, and where you find yourselves is Mindoc had created that doorway to his pocket dimension at the watering hole that you all had discovered for the lost Myconid. By this time, the water has thawed completely, and the waterfall runs freely now and drains into the pool, and you just see it splashing, just having a good time, taking no notice to any of you. They are so ecstatic to have finally found a home. You even take notice of small toadstools beginning to grow up around the pool in of itself and on the walls and different places.
How nice.
Meanwhile,
Yes.
the hole to the mouth of madness leers in the background. Dark, foreboding, disturbing. You hear a voice from inside of it say, "Come back to me." No, I'm just kidding. None of that happens. But
Otis starts going this way back to the mouth of madness. Like, I'm coming.
here I am, Daddy.
Just the
But-
balls quickly.
Put on the fucking head.
But yeah, this is where you guys find yourself, and the vein, the vein is just over there on the wall, hanging out as the alternative exit to this place, besides going back through the mouth of madness.
Yeah, not
But yeah, we just gotta go through there. Through the vein, that is. Not the mouth of madness.
Yeah. Start strolling to it.
Vein.
To the vein. To the vein, to the vein.
Yeah, because that's where like fucking Cassifane, was that his name?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where he went, huh? Was through the vein?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's just skipping over to the vein
Go.
and dives into it.
That's right. I'm after Otis. It's coming back to me now.
So you guys each take a turn getting sucked through the vein, which yes is
Yeah.
which yes does exactly what it sounds like. It sucks you in, liquefies you, shoots you through the wall like you're
Sucks you up a little bit.
a mineral, yeah, and then spits you guys out around the entrance to the Etheroshell crystal pillar that you guys fought the Neolithid at. And right next to that hole, where of the vein that you guys just entered in, is another hole taking you
Another
through
one.
another vein. Yeah. Which we're just going to, for the sake of brevity, you guys jump in that one and get sucked away.
Right
Yeah.
you are.
Right you are. Eventually your journeys take you to a finely decorated stone Gothic Nouveau styled mansion underground. It is a mansion that is built inside of a humongous stalagmite and you guys all just come popping out one after the other. This form of travel, even though now you're used to it, just never ever really truly feels comfortable. You never ever really do it and think to yourself, oh yeah, that's the ticket.
I'll do that again.
Yeah, oh man, I can't wait till I get sucked into another hole. But you do find yourselves getting plopped out into like a type of waiting room. And the second you guys are in there, you hear a small bell on the wall just kind of ding, 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 ding. And within a few minutes, Lord Varen's personal assistant, a half-drow by the name of Ipton, shows up, which half-drow tend to, when you're a half-drow, you tend to go the opposite direction. They, instead of being the typical with the hair, they tend to be more pale with dark hair. Only Ipton is completely bald. And he enters in and greets you all with a polite gesture. He says, "Oh, you have returned. Word of your success on retrieving the lost Mycadid's watering hole has already reached my lord's ears. How goes the search for..." And he motions to Zoltan. He goes, "Heisenberg's young Heisenberg's device."
Oh, well,
Done and done.
yes, successful. Yeah.
When you guys say that to Ipton, he says, "Ah, Zootulu, very good." He goes, "My lord will be more than pleased to hear this." And then he looks at Mindoc and he says, "Ah, and the help he also hired to assist you all has returned as well. Very good."
Of course.
As well. And then he like stiffens up and clacks his boots together with like a click. And he says, "Follow me then, and I will take you to my lord, so you may tell him yourself."
Will do.
I'll just mimics what he just did and follows along.
Savagery.
Hell no.
So you all follow him to a personal chamber, a room with a roaring fire and a shelf of books. One of those globes, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, those globes that you see in the holders, but they're open and they have liquor inside of them. One of those, only it's not a globe, it's just a rock. And it's open with liquor inside of it. And you guys see Lord Varen sitting there by the fire, once again with a drink in his hand, sipping a brandy or some kind of liquid. Wall, the ethereal shell, as was agreed.
Yes.
Indeed.
Very good then. Then I suppose on to the more pressing matters. My people, the Lost Myconid, will mine the ethereal shell for you. We will send you the ethereal shell. You will sell it at a reasonable price, and I will get 50% of the makings.
Andric kind of thinks this over. And he's like, well, we did put forth all the risk. Would you do 60-40?
He says, he goes, I thought you might do that. And he sets his glass down and then magic missiles, but he does. he's like, I am no punk bitch. No, he sets the glass down and he stands up, rubbing his hands together, and he says, you did take a considerable risk going after the Neolithid. And so in turn, I myself have taken a considerable risk for you. He says, not only am I housing, and he motions to Zoltan, a known fugitive of my mother, Loths, but I also have a surprise for you, young Heisenberg Kasperi.
Oh, fuck.
After he calls Zoltan a fugitive, Otis is gonna like do like a slow turn towards Zoltan, like, what the fuck did you do? Why is it always you?
He sees all this like ruckus, and Varan allows himself his typical half smile, and he goes, he motions. And when he does, one of the Ipton opens up the door to one of the side rooms there, and you guys in enters somebody. You see a drow woman enter the room. She wears yeah. She wears a she is a dark elf, a purebred dark elf. She's got the dark charcoal gray skin but her hair is short, shoulder length, white hair with these bright glowing orange eyes. She wears a golden collar around her neck, and she wears all black with golden web, like spider web like print upon it. And when she enters, Zoltan, you instantly recognize her as your cousin, Wasuke Kasperi.
Yeah, the one I was going to holler at.
No, that was Daime. Yeah, that was Daime.
It's this one.
The other one.
All of them?
It's the one you're about to want to holler at.
Balls?
Yeah. It's living,
Even that.
or at least warm. Yeah. But yeah, she enters into the room, and Zoltan, you instantly recognize her, and she gives you a warm smile because this isn't a dangerous thing that you're feeling right now. It's something different, just like within the Mouth of Madness, when you got that moment, that illusion of you sitting there eating with your family again and whatnot. She was there, you and her grew up together, you could say. And so when she enters, she just smiles at you warmly, Zoltan, and gives you a salute, a slight salute in the manner of the drow. And then she holds her arms open for a hug, and she says, Zoltan.
Naughty.
I go and hug her, and I tell her it's been forever.
When you hug her, you see it's an illusion. No,
Damn.
she
kills it. He's tired of his illusion shit.
It's a giant mouth of teeth. No, she hugs you back and then just puts her head on your shoulder and embraces you warmly, and she says, "It has been so long, cousin."
Yeah, Yuko just looks at Android like, is it just me? Or is this motherfucker? Yeah, all the cute family members.
Yeah, Android just kind of scratches his cheek like, I'm surprised that they're fond of him.
Facts.
You guys watch as like a single tear runs down Wasuke's cheek as she pulls away from you, Zoltan, and like cups your face in both her hands and just kind of squeezes it for a minute. She goes, "Just look at you. You've gotten so big." She goes, she's like, you're coloring though. And she looks you over and she goes, "Well, it's not your fault."
Racist.
She's like, I missed you so much.
Yeah, I was going to speak. So, who are you?
With that, she kind of sniffles a little bit and looks at the rest of you, and she goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. She goes, "Zoltan, these are your friends." As she like takes you by the hand and kind of like both of you turn to face them now, and she just like smiles and kind of politely like gives you guys the drow salute, which looks like kind of like sign language in her hand, and you're not even sure how she
gives us all of her heart looking ass.
Like she throws up West Side. She's like West Underworld. No, she like, you guys aren't really sure how she does it, but somehow she's got 5 fingers just like the rest of you, but somehow her hands managed to form like the image of like what looks like a spider web to you guys as a salute. And she says, "Greetings."
Signs out the window, you bitch.
Ya bitch, ya bitch. Hoping none of them offend you, ya bitch, ya bitch. Anyways, but no, she does that, and then she's like, "Greetings. I am Lady Wasuke Heisenberg Kasperi." She says, "I am Zoltan's cousin and High Lady of our minor house."
That's not a real name.
And that's made up. That's totally made up. To which I would say you're correct. It is made up.
We're still over there doing like weird hand gestures, like the fuck.
Zoltan, when yeah,
So what the fuck were this?
I can just see that now. All of you just looking, and then there's you, Quill, in the back, just looking at his hands, like trying to do it with one hand, just looking at it, like how the. Yeah, I could see that actually. But when she says that she is the High Lady of your minor house, Zoltan, you like stiffen up because you know what that means. There can be only one High Lady of each house, minor or great. And the High Lady of your house was your mother. But if Wasuke is now the High Lady, that means your mother has passed. And she looks at you and she says, I'm sorry, Zoltan." Says, I know you were led to believe one thing about your mother, but the truth, she is gone. She is gone for good now.
Yeah, I'm in utter distraught.
She she puts an arm around you and just kind of pulls you in and holds you. She says, our house has suffered great. in these troubled times. We no longer are allowed to take our full last name of just Kasperi. We now must call ourselves the Heisenberg Kasperi to show everyone our treachery. To show everyone that your mother dared to love someone that wasn't a drow. She says, "Oh,
Yeah, when that one gets like, it's like,
Too cool. So he stops throwing gang signs and he's like, huh? Orgy.
Yeah, Umato just looks like confused.
with that, Varun interjects and he goes, "Tisk tisk, Wasuke, lest you give away too much of the inner workings of our kind." He says, "It is no matter. I have taken great risk and have risked much upon me and my house to bring Wasuke here to meet and to reunite with Zoltan. If my mother were to find that out, she would have no problem throwing her Dragloth champions at my house to tumble it. And if you know anything about my household, we are not one to screw with, pardon my expression. So, this is what I offer you. These are my terms." And he now picks up his brandy or his drink and begins to slosh it around in his glass once more. He says, "It seems to me that the Kasperi Heisenberg have fallen out of favor for a long time now. I propose a way to bring them back to glory. Glory enough to get them close enough to Law to finish her reign. Retire her, as it were. So that maybe somebody a little bit more less tainted may guide our people into the new age. The only way they're going to do that is with money and backing, both of which I offer. You give me 50% of the shares, and I promise to give them 20% of my 50 to the Kasperi Heisenberg." He goes, 20% in gold goes a long way down here in the underworld.
right. Android's gonna kind of think this over for a minute, and he's gonna be like, well, I do acknowledge the risk that you are taking, and perhaps even greater so, being as it's directly related to your politics down here in the underground. Says so.
Underworld, he corrects.
That one gets like a cracked smile out of Android. You know, he's just kind of like, "Excuse me, Underworld." He kind of bows to him a little bit. He's like, just a formal bow. He's like, "So, as a show of good faith and to help Zoltan's family in particular, I think I'd actually like to offer you the 60 and take the 40 myself."
With that, his eyebrows raised, but for only a second. Like, his whole demeanor changes. Like, he has always seemed so debonair or stiff at times. You know, like if he's not debonair, he's stiff. You know what I mean? But for this one brief moment, he like, all that facade drops, and you see something, dare I say, almost human, emotional in him. You know, it is almost as if, for that one brief moment, you see his father in him, and then
right.
it goes away, you know. And he says, "Such compassion,"
and
he downs the whole drink.
"No, think about it this way." He says, "Think about it this way. If you're going to be giving 20% away, that would put you down. If you are at 60, that'll put you at an even 40%, the same as myself. You and I will have the same takeaway. That sounds more fair to me. So
He mulls
put us
his.
both on even ground.
He stares at the empty drink in the firelight dancing through it. His like back kind of turns to you as he peers into the fire, staring at the empty glass for a moment. Then taking the rim of it in his hand, with just holding it by his fingers, he sets it on a table next to him, and he mutters something like, you hear just the faintest something under his breath of, the favored son. He looks at you, Android, and he says, agreed then. Your compassion knows no bounds.
That one kind of gets a little bit of a sour, you know. He tries not to show it, but he's just like a little sour about that. Like, you know what? I'm trying to do nice. I'm trying to do a good thing.
He, hold on a second. I'm gonna roll something just real quick.
That's never good.
Damn, you sold it all.
Are you trying to hide that expression, or is it pretty visible?
I'm gonna say that you could see it like flash across his eyes, but he's trying to maintain the poker face demeanor. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things where I imagine Android has a hard time concealing his emotions all of the time, and even if it's just for the brief moment, you could see that was kind of like a, you know,
I'll give you the
what's
option.
the beef, kind of like a
Yeah.
what's the beef sort of thing, you know, like
Yeah.
I'm putting us on even footing here.
Go ahead and roll me a bluff in that case.
Okay.
All right, pretty decent. He does notice that somewhat of a flicker in your eyes as well, and he half smiles and he says, "Don't misunderstand me, Android. I mean that when I say that you are compassionate. I can understand why you were the one chosen. Dare I say, the way you've handled this matter to me is like pure magic." And with that, he just kind of stiffens up a little bit, and he even his voice took on like an inflection of just like pure kindness, something you haven't ever heard from Lord Farron. And he just kind of stiffens up like he's forgotten where he's at, and he says, "Oh, I need a drink. I will see you all. Good day. If you need if you need to return back to Lorethian, feel free to use my portal if you need, or go wherever it is you wish. I'm going to retire for the night." And he looks
a small matter first.
He looks at you, Mind Doc, and his voice kind of cracks for a minute. He's like, "What?"
He reaches into his coat and pulls out the crystal fragment that Crow collected. And is this the material you're mining?
"Yes, that is Ethereal Shell. Feel free to keep that. Consider it a gift."
It should not be expensive then to give you a small portion of this material should I require it in future for construction. Just one, enough for one person.
He
Given
says,
that I aided in this for naught but information.
now his demeanor has changed back to the typical Varan that you guys are used to, and he kind of looks at you, Android, for a minute, and then looks back at you, Mind Doc, and he goes, I'm completely flabbergasted at what is going on right now. I'm literally sending you all shipments of the stuff. Whatever.
Yeah.
Take however much you need as long as it doesn't cut into my profits. I don't care. He's like, by Demo Gorgon's balls. I don't care. Do whatever it is you need to do with it. He's like,
Mario looks like between himself and like Brunelson goes, you consider us one entity in this arrangement. Fair enough.
he goes, aren't you in his employ? He goes, you were in my employ, but you came back with him.
And it kind of looks like questioningly.
He says, you all work that out. You all work that out between yourselves. That little fragment you got right there is worth 10,000 gold. That is my payment to you for helping them out. From here on out, our business is done. He goes, freaking high elves. He's like, by Loth's nipples. And then he just storms out, completely just irritated, leaving Ipton just kind of whistling like, I've never seen anybody piss him off like that. And then he like straightens up, realizes he's talking out of turn.
I think I'm actually on the same page with Varun on this one. Are you under my employ?
I suppose I would say we have a mutual arrangement.
Android kind of thinks this over for a minute, and he's like, okay, if that's the arrangement, then he kind of thinks over how he wants to word this, because he's like, I'm not trying to be condescending. Don't do shady shit. If you're gonna run around with us, you can't be doing shady shit, Mindoc. You've almost gotten us killed before, man. You have almost directly tried to kill us. Don't do shady shit, man.
Equals like has made his way over to like towards Zoltan, like general vicinity, but yeah, he stops and just looks at Mindoc and he's like, or you'll die. Like he just cuts an android off in the middle.
And if you don't know what the criteria for shady shit is, we'll tell you. We'll tell you this time around. If you start doing something shady, we'll let you know, man.
That would be the most efficient way to settle that matter, but you seem very confident in your assumption that I am certainly this same individual and of the same mind as the one you have traveled with and are telling me so much about. Yet the matter remains that I recall none of this. Perhaps you are being illogical in that assumption and your decisions therein.
I understand your point. I would argue that if we considered you as one-to-one, you'd already be dead.
Facts.
I'm just establishing the nature of the relationship here.
Establishing dominance.
You know, we have had some trouble with one who seemed as you in the past, if that's how you would prefer us to address it. So those past experiences make us weary of you in your current state. I realize you don't wholeheartedly understand that because you yourself did not seem to experience that, but try to understand our position because
The artist formerly known as Mindoc was a tool.
Yeah, I may be speaking from a point of a sort of arrogance from this, but right now the way we see it is you have a lease on life from us. So we're
Anako shakes his head. Understood.
it was like I hate to be that way, but we need some way to gain your trust, and that can be smoothed out as we go along. And a good bit of that will be sharing more of our experience with you. So I suppose we can do that as we go along. Is there anything else that we need to be doing here? He kind of looks around, realizing where we're at. You know, we're like causing more disturbance in Baron's freaking office.
I think
No.
we're done here. I think we should
Let us
move on.
continue sharing experiences then. That kind of leads the way.
With that, Wasuke interjects, like she's still like holding Zoltan. Is Zoltan crying, or at this point is he like, what is Zoltan doing like while she's holding him?
He's zoned out. He's pushing the thought of his mother dead to the back of his mind.
She
Yeah, Uquill just kind of walks over and he's like, not, how do you say? It's not the typical like Uquill like assholey, you know, just hear it, Buck, you know, he's just kind of like, hear it, man. You know what I mean? Like more heartfelty, but it's not, it's Uquill. It's not soft. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you might say like he just walks over and just kind of pats him on the like shoulder or something, kind of like wordlessly,
Walks up,
maybe
like, hey,
even.
yo, your cousin, she's single.
Yeah. right now that would be just so inappropriate.
You cool coming over? I'm gonna look at my cousin and be like, "Watch out for that one, by the way."
She like looks at you, Zoltan, for a minute, and then
your character too.
looks at you, Quill, and she just kind of like looks confused, and then she says, "Before you leave, I do have some business I wanted to go over with Zoltan." She says, "Zoltan, is it okay if your friends are present to what I have to say?"
I guess I just assumed she was coming with us. I don't know why I assumed that. I'm sorry, that was rude.
She like looks at you, Andrew, and she goes, "Up there?" And then kind of shudders, and she goes, "Oh, no. No.
All right, suit yourself.
Yeah, it's such a weird dynamic. You guys can't wait to get out from under here, and there are denizens who are like, I would hate to be up there. You know?
Handle your business.
She looks at you, Zoltan. Is it all right if they're present for our conversation, or should we take this somewhere private? And then she kind of like moves away a little bit from you, Quill, who is kind of pressing up against her. She's like, "Excuse me." She says, "What Lord Varen has said is true. Our family has become a minor house, and we do have to use the moniker Heisenberg Hesperi. And I understand that Heisenberg was the last name of your father, but it is not a lady's last name. And you know, in our society, that is never good." She says, "So I don't want you to misunderstand when I tell you we have to find a way to eliminate the Heisenberg from our name now, from our house. In the sense where we're not referred to it." She says, "So I don't want you to think ill of me, but you need to know that the deal we've made with Lord Varen is so we can get the kind of money that is going to be needed for extra backing and political positioning for when we make our move on Law." She says, "Fortunately, your cousin Kolik, he has become captain of the city guard, which is no small feat for for ones such in our position. She goes, I would have brought him here to say hello to you, but he's still sore about the whole shunning thing, the whole Heisenberg-Hesperi thing. So he he probably wouldn't be of a mind to speak to you right now. She says, I have received word from Daime that she has made contact with you, which is good, which is why we reached out to Lord Varun. And yes, we will do our part. What I need to know is, and she taps you on the chest and you can hear the clinking of the time frame's hourglass on her fingernail. Click, click, click. She says, what I need to know is, have you managed to master this thing, the source of all our troubles in the first place?
Yes.
I can use it somewhat to an extent now.
She says, well, Loth wants that. She says, so whatever it can do, it must be something incredible if Loth is trying to get it so badly. She says, figure that out. And what I need to know from you is when the time comes to strike, if we send word, will you come to our aid?
I will.
She says, good. She goes, well, with that in mind, I have sent out envoys. Many a good drow died getting us this information. She says, it turns out your father is still alive. And he's on the continent of Emerald. Seek him out. Perhaps he can give you some kind of insight into how this device works. He goes by the moniker of Chanticleer now.
I'm not gonna stop smirking closer to the door and like comes over and asks, what would one of you kind be doing in Emerald while looking at the device?
Well,
She
first
looks-
and foremost, I need him to back up.
Just like 2 steps back.
Secondly, I am now covering up my chest all the way.
I think Yuko's been staring at it since he heard the taps. He's been burned, like his eyes literally are afire right now.
And with an arcane sight, with the glimpse I got, do I notice anything?
With the glimpse you got of it, it shines bright. It's
like a diamond.
Any like discernible properties?
Magic. Lots of it.
Okay.
Lots of it. And
Yeah,
something
keep
else.
staring.
Something else though. It's not just your typical magic. There's something else to it. It's almost like it almost like appears like binary.
With a considerable amount of willpower in a few seconds, when it kind of tears his eyes away from your thoughts now, I guess.
Yuko's still staring.
As you
I'm
close
curious,
staring
though.
at it, you just see a Garrus just come over his shoulder and stare at it too. No, I'm just kidding.
Let me see that.
Daime's or Wasuke looks at you, Mindock, and she says, one of our kind doesn't live in Emerald. His father is human.
I see. So then... the skin difference. Well, in any case... Are they native to Emerald? Or...
she just she says, I don't know much more than that. She says, we tracked him down to Emerald. Again, we lost people doing that. Your top side is not so kind to my kind there. She looks you up.
Smirk.
Madagascar cocks his head in a way that somehow looks like a shrug.
With that, she looks at you again, Zoltan, and she says, can we count on you to return, though?
You can.
With that, she leans in and kisses you with like a full mouth of tongue. No. She shows you the gesture of the web once more, and she says, goodbye for now, cousin. We will do our part. Just be sure to do yours. And then with that, she looks at like Android and Otis and Agaragis and gives you guys the gesture of the web. And then like kind of looks at you again. She looks at
you quill.
She looks at you Quill, and just kind of like again kind of backs up just a few feet because somehow you just keep getting like closer and closer to her. And she goes to give you the web, but because you are so close, she just kind of deserts that and just kind of pats you on the chest, and she goes, it's a pleasure meeting you too. And then just kind of looks at you. She looks at you, Mind Doc, and kind of grimaces, and she says, hi, elf. And with that,
Our feelings exactly.
Poor Mind Doc, he's just getting all kinds of hatred this session.
As if it's like some kind of a goodbye.
Yeah, he just gives her the sing how. He's like, yeah, whatever.
All of his heart, yeah.
You mean the Roman salute?
Yeah, that's what I mean. But yeah, she with that, she walks up and Ipton just kind of bows to her and he goes, my lady, I will show you out. She's like, thank you, Ipton. And with that, Ipton looks and goes, well, if there's nothing else left, as Master said, you may take the mist portal back to Lorethian if you so wish, or whatever. Our facilities are open to you all if you would prefer to rest as well. Just don't leave. If you leave here, don't leave here by means of the front door. It won't do to have you seen in the city. If you need anything, and he grabs a little rope, gold tassel, jaded rope thing, and he kind of pulls on it and it goes ding ding ding. He goes, ring for me. I will be here post haste. And with that, he gives you guys the symbol of the web and walks out.
The mist portal sounds preferable.
Yeah, Yuquil just kind of like does a little head nod towards Zoltan's cousin and just moves towards the portal. It's like, all right, fair enough.
So are you guys going through the mist portal to Lorethian, or are you guys going back to Pengshun? Where are you headed?
Yuquil's heading Pengshun. Definitely.
We can get to Pengshun from Lorethian. And Lorethian's nicer.
I just realized that I had my mic up that whole time.
Oh, that sucks.
Oops.
Uh,
Well, I reckon that we go through the mist portal to Lorethian first, and then we go to Pangshun. In my opinion, just because I'm weary of using the winds down here in the underground, now that we have eyes on us, you know. I mean, I could just use it right here. I mean, there's nobody in here, is there? That we know of?
That'll be fine.
With that, can I pipe up and say, there was we quite literally summoned a storm last time we used that. Do we want to use that inside this place?
Thank you, cured out disaster.
About it. Yeah, better go outside.
You were gonna use that in.
Yes, for psychopaths.
Thought.
Deal with it.
You'll come to learn that again.
What do you think?
Okay, so Lorethian first. We'll go outside, and we'll go to Pangshu.
Crow starts fluttering around
All right.
excitedly.
all right. So, with that said, each of you step into the mist portal, and it works like it has always. You know, you become drenched with mist, and then your body discombobulates and turns to mist, and you just and it just feels like you guys are just like floating on air through like a dark tunnel till you hit the light, and your body reforms, and you step out of the portal completely dry once more, and you find yourselves in a tent decorated in drow design, you know, the gothic noir. Only you're outside your top land. You can see sunlight beaming in through the opening of the tent flaps, and you are finally finally back on regular land, and you are instantly greeted by Casparian, or Cassifane, not Casparian, Captain Cassifane, who is sitting there in the tent kind of writing, and he looks and sees you all enter in. And if you remember Cassifane, he's just your typical drow looking guy, dark skin, white hair. He wears armor that has the red spider.
We're talking about chicken.
Yeah. He wears the dark armor with the red spider web design on it, and two swords strapped to his back. You know, bright yellow eyes. And he sees you all enter through, and he says, "Oh, you finally have returned to the top side, I see." Oh,
Yeah, what's going on, G?
He says, "Greetings." He says,
Yeah, you walks over and like fucking goes to like clasp hands with him.
With that, he sees you doing that, and he like stands up to meet you, and he watches as your hand clasps out for his. So he like just kind of mimics the gesture, sort of unsure. As you clasp his forearm, he clasps yours, and then his face kind of softens when he realizes this is a gesture of greeting. You know, he says, "Oh, well met. I tried some of that topside chicken you were talking about. It is good.
Yeah.
It is. It is good. It is good. I cannot complain. I enjoyed it very much."
We'll have to get you some of the stuff called firewater we got a hold of. Some good shit.
Fire wine?
Yeah.
He says,
Oh,
"Oh, I would be
Away
interested.
from me.
I would be mighty interested in trying that. Yes. Sounds
Don't we
delicious."
have like a deal with people for that too?
Yeah, there's also,
Yes.
I believe, last time we had some in good androids backpack still.
Ah.
Allow me to check.
I don't know if he gave that back though. I can't remember.
I think it was just
Could have been
mud.
minutes.
I don't think I had a sample bottle. I think I just had the mush.
Hmm.
No, we'll have to get you some. It'll make you weak in the knees, bro.
So, okay. And he just kind of, he says, well, you all will be happy to know that, well, and he looks at you, Quill, he goes, my lord, Varan, has, upheld his end of the bargain with you as well. Shyla has been sent to, your noble house in Whitesword as a assistant liaison to the liaison you already had there.
Oh, there you go, you Quill.
Yeah, Yuquil just kind of smiles like,
Don't say I never did nothing for you.
Varan wanted me to tell you, bought and paid for, as requested.
nice. Nice.
He
I
goes,
like you more and more every day.
he just kind of shrugs and goes, I suppose. And with that, he like lets go of your forearm, and he.
I suppose. That's funny. Sorry.
He looks and says, with that said, I am now the leader of the contingent here in Lorethian. We have moved our tent, so you will see once you exit out here, I should tell you, you are no longer in the capital city of Lorethian. We moved our tent from Coralon to Kale. And if you are wanting to speak with any of the Wolf Lords, the only representative of the Wolf Lords here, if you want to speak with Yoshi, you'll have to go back to Coralon to speak with her. That is where her temple. resides.
Do I recall them from last time?
Coralon is the capital city. Oh, Trask. He's no, you wouldn't.
No. Okay.
No, you wouldn't. I mean, well, no, you wouldn't. Yeah.
Yeah, just from that one time.
Mm-hmm. He says, but yeah. But that is where the Drow contingent is. Things have gotten kind of strange here since you were gone. We had to move the contingent to here in Kale to watch the southern, southeast or southwest borders. Something seems to be stirring things up in the wild, and there are issues. The Sunder Barbarian are mighty displeased with something or other. I don't know, but we're patrolling the borders. Also, you may see a group of orc walking around the city. Don't be alarmed. They are known as the 12th Infantry. He goes, yeah, I was surprised when I got here too. But they have pledged their allegiance to Yoshi Lorethian as well. They said in the name of some elf by the name of Yarman. Supposedly they are a special infantry that he saved their life or something, and so as a show of good faith, Luthic, one by the name of Groomschma in the country of Luthic, allowed the 12th Infantry to pledge their allegiance here, so you'll see some of them as well.
Cool, man.
He says quite. Wood elves, high elves, drow, and now orc all live in the country of Lorethian. He kind of spits on the ground.
You just thunk.
Yeah, he just spits.
Yeah, that
I was
one.
like, Reddit? No.
that one gets kind of a look out of Android in a sense where he's like, yeah, that kind of checks out. I guess I expected too much.
He goes, not to mention the fact that this Yoshi has two giant scaly beasts following her around that they call Dragoon, and they say they're her half brother or something.
My people.
This Yoshi is fascinating.
It is an odd thing. I had never seen an orc before until this 12th Brigade showed up. And I can understand why our people don't like them.
Well, yeah. Most people don't, to be honest.
Yes, there's something inherently off-putting about them. Says, but regardless, yes, I just thought I would let you know that times are strange here in Lorethian right now, with the now established country of High Lorethian, and tensions being high there, and then these Thunder Barbarians and these Blood Howlers, Goblin folk is what they're called. I have not seen one yet, but they're called Goblinoid, and I am quite interested in seeing them. They say that they are very small, and he points at Otis, kind of like this one.
I will cut you.
He just like stops and looks at you, Otis, for a minute, and he goes, but very vicious, very vicious, they say. So, and then there's two other variants, one that is slightly taller, and then one that is known to be big and burly. I guess they're called goblins, hobgoblins, and bugbears. I have yet to even seen one. It is quite interesting times that I'm living in. But apparently they're causing a ruckus in the wilds as well, so it is a welcome thing. At least we're not fighting these orcs, which, to my understanding, is kind of a strange thing for Lorethian and Luthic not to be at each other's throats.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently they, at one point in time, both places had leaders who ended up killing each other in a duel or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We were there for that.
Yeah.
Quite literally.
Yeah.
Says, oh, well, the top side is such a funny place.
Is it any funnier than underground?
When you say that, his face just kind of softens for a moment. He goes, I can still smell the early moss. And he just kind of, and it just looks like he's taken back to a place, and he's like, oh, the fountains.
Yes. I love the smell of stagnant, putrid water. Awesome.
Yummy, yummy.
Yeah, Yuko just kind of stretches. He's like, yep, topside, nothing like it.
He's like, well, yes, I agree. The underworld isn't for everyone. It takes a certain monicum of stature to be able to handle it. But
Garrus is like, man, I thought it tasted pretty good.
Yuko lights a cigarette and then just eyes at Garrus, and he's like, I was going to say something about liking going there, but you're making me not want to go back. Thank you.
he smiles and nods at you, Garrus, and he goes, you understand. With that, he says,
Back.
so what can I do for you all?
Oh, right. Is there a clearing around here?
I need more than a clearing. But
Yes,
yes.
you're in a forest.
Uh-huh.
There's,
That's why I'm asking if there's a clearing.
Go find a clearing.
Is there like an area where there's good open spot?
he goes, go outside my tent, take a right, take another right, keep walking. When you don't see my tent anymore, there you go.
So right here, got it. Let's do it.
He's like, I forget that I should not ask a drow about matters of the forest. And he just starts laughing. He's like,
Yeah.
thank you for your help.
With that, he kind of laughs too, and he goes, "That is a very astute observation on your part." He goes, "I will, for what it's worth, I will miss traveling with you all. I never thought I'd enter a mouth of madness, nor did I ever think I would exit a mouth of madness. May your travels be prosperous, and may Loth's web engulf you." And with that, he gives you the flashing of the web symbol.
I throw up the crypt again.
You're just like, gang, gang.
Quill. Let's go.
What is that? The mimic,
That's never a good thing whenever you do something you taught you.
We were talking about Michael Jackson earlier. I'm sorry to cut off real quick, but we were talking about Michael Jackson earlier. I heard this story about him where, like, he had shown up. He had gotten a bunch of Bloods and Crips together for a music video. I forget which one, and a bunch of these Crips came together. You know, Michael's all dressed in blue, and they're like, "Michael, do this," you know, and they start throwing up the Crip, and he, you know, just pops it back and starts throwing up the Crip, and there's like a photo of him standing there. It's a bunch of Crips. It's hilarious.
You know, yeah.
No fear. Michael Jackson standing there with a bunch of gangbangers throwing up the Crip.
He really did. He really did lead an interesting life, man. When he did the "Don't Care About Us" music video, he wanted to do it in Brazil, like in Rio de Janeiro or someplace like that. But the government didn't want him to come in there because they were afraid he'd like film the poverty or whatever. So the cartel there said, "No, F that." And they gave him all the protection in the world so he could film safely in Brazil. He literally, so when you watch that music video, just know that he's got the Brazilian drug cartel watching his back while he's doing that. You know what I mean? Cool, yeah, like it's just a trip, man. Like such a life that man led, you know? Like
yeah, sorry to get us off track again. That's just what that reminded me of.
No, it's just it's okay. It's okay. I could talk about Michael Jackson anytime. We can always sidetrack from Michael. There's always room for Michael.
Michael.
I love little Michael. Anyways, yeah, so you guys exit the tent and you instantly see orcs walking around clad in armor, watching things, kind of patrolling around. While some of the drow contingent look to be just kind of, they're not being lazy, but they're being a little bit along with the wolf brother. You see the orc are on their business. They are all about their business. There is no relaxation. No form of chill is in their demeanor as they patrol around with their dark orange eyes, scanning things and looking around and making sure everything is cool. And from time to time, like one patrol will walk up and speak with another patrol, and they'll make plans in their orcish language, and then they'll spread out and do things, you know, and just move about. And this is the 12th Brigade that Cassifane was speaking of. Meanwhile, the wolf brother, the wood elf, you know, every once in a while you see them like poke out of trees and stuff. They're perched up on ledges and whatnot with their bows and arrows ready, and every now and then you'll see one of them just poke out and kind of look around and then like vanish back in. almost just like completely invisible. Like it is so smooth in the way that they do it. You're almost not sure if what you just saw was an illusion or not. As you see these guys just move about. And like I said, the only ones who seem to have any form of chill in them is the drow, the contingent. They're the only ones who seem to be handling this like it's sort of just like a vacation or a post. These dark elf in their armor, just moving about, doing their thing as well. And Lorethian has become a place of drow, wood elf, high elf, and orc.
Yeah. Interesting. Quite the intermingling.
Very strange.
Well, I guess I'm just gonna start trying to find a secluded spot where there aren't so many people around, I guess. That seems kind of open and not so surrounded by trees to where, you know, we're fucking shit up. And,
This
yeah.
device you mean to transport us with? From where did you acquire it?
Android he kinda stops walking for a second, you know? And you see him consider something, you know? Almost as if he's trying to decide whether or not he's gonna lie to you, you know? And he's like, we got it from... He kind of looks around, he's trying to keep his voice down a little bit. He's just like, we got it from an elemental spirit. And he's like, this is not exactly the best place to talk about it. If we get to a secluded spot, I'll tell you more about it.
Understood. Can Crow flying like around see anywhere?
What do you mean?
Like,
Suitable.
Crow up, like, yeah, find any.
Oh, sure,
clearance.
sure. Crow can fly up and see if he can spot a good clearing. Yeah.
Excellent.
So Crow begins to do that, and Solar looks at you, Android, and says, I'm gonna keep an eye on that one. And he flaps his wings and goes following Crow.
Yeah, I kind of nod, so I'm like, very good, you know? Like, yeah, good idea.
Yeah, Crow does spot a clearing, you know, a ways off from the actual city. And I guess he motions to Solar what he's looking at, and Solar just kind of nods. Says, well, let's go tell the others then, unless there's another reason you need to be up here.
Yeah, Kurt just kind of like sort of floating in place, just stares at Solar for a bit, and like kind of considering, and says, waste much time and effort following me around, don't you?
He goes, no. Says, what does your master mean by he doesn't remember anything that he's done with this party here?
You would be foolish to assume that I can tell you everything.
Says, oh, so your master doesn't tell you things?
Critical shrug.
Yeah, it's kind of. It looks like he's just kind of tilting his head from side to side, like. With that, Solar he kind of softens a little bit, and he goes, "Yeah, I guess I understand that."
Unlikely. Chris starts getting back down.
With that, like, Solar kind of snaps out of it and he's like, I was just having a moment with this guy. He goes, what a dick.
Mindok, as soon as Chris spotted that, has already said, there's a clearing this way, and started heading in that direction as they kind of beamed a message between.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, so my doc knows what Crow saw. I got you. As you guys begin to walk into the forest and away from the city, you hear a voice call out from behind you. A voice that you only can recognize to be that of Trask, the half wood elf wolf lord with his half wolf, half fox. Call out to you guys. He calls out to you all and he goes, "Hey, yo, I know you all weren't thinking about just coming up into my living space and not saying hello before taking right off."
Yeah. Android kind of stops and turns around and he's like, "Oh, no, only rude bastards would do that, right?" He kind of chuckles.
And he laughs and he goes, "And
Just to say that, my dog comes in with, do you know someone this observant in every single province in the world?
Yes, well, I wouldn't go that far. At least every single province here. In this, siren.
as you guys are having this conversation, Trask is just walking up, kind of chuckling with Badger walking alongside of him, and he laughs and he goes, "And you all definitely ain't rude bastards." And he gives you a hug, Android, and he's like, "Oh, bring it in here, Chief." And then he reaches out and pats you on the chest, you cool, and he's like, "And you, big fella." And he sees you, Zoltan, and he goes, "And you guys found Cat Daddy. Huh. You got Cat Daddy with you." And he goes, and he points at Agaragos and he goes, "And little Cat Daddy." He's like, "I almost forgot you guys had something like this following you around." And he looks at you, Otis, and he goes, "And Otis, it's good to see you're back on your feet there, guy."
Yeah, sure.
He looks at you, Mind Doc, and he kind of backs up a little bit. He takes a few steps back and he goes,
Oh yeah. Return of the Mac.
yeah, his answer is, "Oh, no, I'm just kidding." But he's like, "Oh," he's like, come on, yay. No, but he does say, he's like, "Is that
This one too, really?"
it was,
Oh yeah. If you're gonna be following us around again, you better just get used to that.
I see.
because
Anybody that's familiar with us is probably familiar with you.
he goes, "Well, I mean,
And
I don't mean to be rude or anything, but and he points at Otis and then points back at you, Mind Doc, and he goes, "But you two are on speaking terms again after you blew up his little friend, or what?"
oh man.
Oh,
Otis visibly twitches at that and just kind of gives Mindoc the side eye.
Yeah, I don't think he even remembers Milo, do you, Mind Doc?
himself size.
With that, Trask just kind of chuckles and he's like, "Well, you're bigger about it than I would be. That's all I gotta say." And then he kind of chuckles again. He goes, "No pun intended there, Otis."
Believe me, I don't want to be the bigger person.
He's like, "Well, okay. The prodigal son has returned, I suppose." He goes, "How I know that parable? I don't know." He just looks off into the distance like he's staring at a camera and shrugs. He goes, but anyways, what, he goes, y'all thought you could enter my domain and that badger here when it sends you. Tisk tisk, what are you all up to now that you've got it taken care of for the darkies? He goes, sorry, the drow.
Garrus just looks at everyone real quick, like, anyone else hearing this?
Can you say
Is that allowed?
Android's gonna be like, well, unfortunately, as per usual, we're just kind of bouncing around. We're getting ready to head back to Pengshun. Have you seen Yoshi lately? You know that is that like public disclosure?
She's been in her temple debating some things. I don't know. We had to move the contingent tent here to Kale, and I'm now the emissary of Kale. A lot of strange things going on. The weather, and he like points to it because it is unseasonably wet out here, and it looks like the clouds are overhead, and it looks like it wants to snow at any time. He says it's strange weather that we of Lorethian have never really experienced before, but mainly because Yoshi typically keeps that away, and before her, Corlon did. He goes, speaking of which, did y'all see the freaking orc? Can you believe?
Oh, 12th.
He's like, can you believe that? Yeah, the 12th Brigade. I guess they pledged allegiance to Yarman, and as a result, Yarman really die saving a bunch of orc?
He dang sure did.
No kidding, man.
It was the terrible thing to watch. It was tragic.
He goes, we got high elves, wood elves, orc, drow. And then he kind of his voice kind of trembles a little bit and goes, it's unity. And kind of wipes his face real quick and he goes, Corlon would be proud.
Oh, I hope so. He kind of looks around, considering the weather problem. He's like, he also kind of covertly assessed whether or not he thought the whole Yoshi's Brothers thing was public.
He goes, oh!
And he's going to choose not to say anything about it.
Oh, right. Okay.
So he's just going to be like, yeah, unfortunately, we can't stay long. We have some more business to take care of. Out of country? Off continent? What's the proper wording? I guess
he's like, do you want me to send her a message or anything? Because she's been locked away in her temple, but I can get through. Her brothers won't let much of anybody else get through, but I can get through.
Oh, he's like, so her brothers are.
He goes, oh yeah, it's wild, right?
Yeah.
He goes, those guys. He goes, how do you make? How are those? He goes, they're elven and dragon, I guess.
Yeah, the answer is pure magic, buddy.
With that, he just he goes, oh yeah, and holds out like he's gonna high five, and then high fives himself, and he's like, you said it. You said it.
Yeah. I don't know. He considers for a moment, and he's like, let her know, if you will, I suppose, that we have made it back from the underworld and that we're going to bounce back over to Pengshun and tie up a couple of loose ends. But after that, we will be back on continent for sure. And that after that, she can reach us very easily via my manor, via Sebastian, or, you know, whatever. Typical traditional means will be available.
Well, all right, man. Coralon's grace be with you. And with that, he gives you the one arm across his chest with the fist salute and kind of bows.
You too, man.
He's like, y'all be careful now. He's like, the points at you again one more time, Zoltan. He's like, cat daddy. Points at Agaragis and goes, mushroom daddy. And then he looks at you, Mind Doc, and he goes, big trouble. He's like,
I'm just gonna complete it for a
it's
second.
like
but,
big trouble in Little Lorethian, buddy. Big trouble.
Tell this Yoshi that the information was helpful.
And with that, his jaw drops. He goes, you spoken with Yoshi?
Yes.
He goes, she didn't tell any of us. He goes, that girl. That's a result.
Perhaps
That's a
because
result of your father not
it's of less
spanking you enough. He says, but I didn't say that. He's like, all right, man. I'll let her know. I'll let her know that, you know, that her, you know, her secret rendezvous with, you know, Big Trouble in Little Lorethian went well. All right.
This motherfucker.
He looks at you, Quill, and he's just like, and you. Stay you, man. He's like, just stay you. And he just,
Yuko gives him an exaggerated, like, you know what I mean? Almost like a mocking bow. Like he
yeah. Like, you know what I'm talking about, buddy. He's like, all right, well, fairly well. He's like, don't go too far into the wilds, though, man. That's dangerous. They say the Leviathan has returned.
What do you do?
The what? What did you just say?
He looks and he goes, you know, the Leviathan, man. You know, the one that Brutus Bearclaw apparently killed so many years ago. They say it's back. Apparently it didn't take.
He said, it really didn't take. I like that.
Oh, yeah. What a thing to say.
It's like, I wouldn't worry about it too much when you're in city, man. You know, them orc are crazy. He's like, he's like, I was with them. I was with them just a few days ago. We ran into a group of blood howlers. You should have seen them guys throw themselves at that, man. They fight like they're not even afraid of death.
Ferocity.
He's like, yeah. He's like, I ain't even gonna lie to you. I almost wet myself.
Really?
He's like, yeah. Well, yeah. Ain't no nothing that no Leviathan can get through, you know? Not with the Wolf Brothers and the brigade and I guess the contingent. I'm like, although
Android looks a little sick.
although he's like, although that Cassifane, he's alright.
Cassifane.
It's good.
Yeah, he's good people. If you want to call him that.
Yeah, I don't know if it goes so far as to call them people.
Something.
He's like, but nah. He goes, I'll get the message to Yoshi. And, yeah, y'all just stay out of trouble. Leviathan's back. The Goblinoids are all pissed off about something. The Sunder Barbarians from the High Tree are acting all crazy.
Sunder Barbarians, always with the Sunder Barbarians.
He's like, well...
Also, I will make no such promises about being.
Well, he
careful.
says, they have become a lot more. They have become a lot more pungent in the wilds ever since they came out of the Sunder Mountain. You know, when that giant tree sprouted out of nowhere all of a sudden, and they built their fortress around it at the base of the Sunder Mountain, they have become way more, just more. When they say, when he talks about a giant tree sprouting up out of nowhere, Otis, something about that seems to, like, prick your ear.
Mm-hmm.
Something about that seems to prick your ear.
Where was this again?
At the foot of the Sunder Mountain, a giant tree seemed to sprout out of nowhere, and the Sunder barbarians built their city around it. Their stronghold, if you will. Something about that, hearing about a giant tree sprouting up out of nowhere, pricks your ear.
Yeah.
Guys, I want to go to the foot of Sunder Mountain. I want to go to that giant tree.
Yeah.
You know why? He's like, something about that seems interesting. I need to go there. He doesn't know why. Doesn't even know why.
No idea why. I just want to go there. Giant tree, let's go.
My man's.
He goes, well, Trask hears you say that, and he goes, well, I mean, good luck on all that. But,
Well,
I don't need luck. I got but high on my side.
he says, well, the Sunder, he goes, well, the Sunder barbarians have begun making new barbarians. It's no longer just the Sunder barbarians, right? You guys know, right?
what does that mean? They're making new barbarians.
Well, you know, there was the Sunder barbarian. You know, you got Volkard Sunder, their leader, and then his closest barbarians to him, his captains. And then there was the Sunder barbarian, the barbarian kind of lifeless, you know, grayish skin, lifeless look in their eyes. You guys have fought him. We fought him during the war against the Luthic. Yeah. He goes, well, they got the...
That's just to say that they're making more...
No, they got a new kind of barbarian. That's the strange thing. Like, they've got some kind of weird influx in power now, and they're making, like, a new kind of barbarian. They're called the Bonamadur. And they're... I mean... They're...
Sounds unnatural. I now have a reason
They're
to go.
freaky, man. They're freaky. They wear these skull masks, and they're freaky, man. If I thought that the Sunder barbarian looked lifeless, these guys just look like they don't have a soul at all.
Yep, now definitely have a reason to go.
Yikes.
He goes, yeah, man, just
Sunder
they
Mountain.
built that stronghold around that tree, and then out of nowhere they just started popping out these Bonamadur, and
Okay. We'll pay a visit to Sunder Mountain. Eventually.
rumor has it
I'll put it on.
Rumor
the
has it Volkard isn't too happy either. Rumor has it because he, I guess a while back or something, one of his captains got slain. He blames Beargrey for it because they hung his head off of a wall. Yeah. Old Draken Magus.
I thought so.
So Volkar took that kind of purpose personally, and now it's popping out these Bonamadur, and they're just patrolling the wilds, man. It's like between them and the Blood Riders, the Goblinoids. I mean, shoot, dude.
So they're pretty mad about Draken Magus, huh?
He goes, well, I mean, I guess so.
Shit. Well, that one wasn't entirely our fault.
He looks at you and goes, what do you mean? What do you know about it, man?
Yeah, interesting.
Oh darn, we don't have time to explain. We should probably get going.
Yeah. With that, I bid you adieu. We'll have to clean that up too. Shit.
He just looks and goes, I'm gonna let Yoshi know that you knew about this Draken Magus thing.
Well, I mean, you know. Okay, that's fair. We did know about it.
He goes, hey!
You gotta understand the sequence.
He's like,
of
chill
events.
out, baby. Chill out. I got this. Don't worry. I'm not going to just go in there and be like, you know what them guys did? He's like, don't worry.
Because, I mean, it kind of got away from us at that point. That's a whole thing. That's a whole thing.
He goes, all right. Well, he goes, oh, if you happen to come across bears wearing armor out there, he goes, I know, I don't believe the stories either, but some of the Wolf Brother and some of the contingent have claimed that there are actual bears out there wearing armor, walking around like men. They say, I heard, don't worry, that they're actually pretty cool. So,
are they from? I guess you wouldn't necessarily. No, but that sounds like the people of Pengshun.
goes, I don't know. They're just bears. He goes, what does a bear look like? It's a bear. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know what you're asking me right now.
That's my
Mouse?
Are they drop bears?
He says they're just bears.
Whoa.
He says they're like.
What questions?
The story goes that there are humanoid bears walking around out there wearing actual armor, talking about righteous crusades and things. And apparently, they really hate the Blood Riders, the Goblinoids. So they're pretty cool. Couple of the Wolf Brothers got and contingent got ambushed by some Blood Riders, and only a few of them afterwards. They said by the order of the bear or something. Of that nature or something is what they said.
That is very intriguing.
Yeah, they said, they were talking crazy talk. They said one of the Wolf Brothers says that they said, they told the Blood Riders, the laws of knighthood state that, they have to formally open this challenge and that they can surrender if they want. Said the Blood Riders laughed, and so the bear people took them out, man. He's like, I think they were.
We'll be on the lookout for bears in armor, then.
He's like, I think they just found a good batch of pipeweed out there, personally, myself. But whatever.
Of course.
He's like, imagine that bears walking around talking about knighthood or whatever.
Man,
I mean, I know a guy.
yeah.
I can't imagine that.
To say once upon a time I was with you, but we've seen some strange things.
He goes, well, I won't keep you guys. He goes, I just wanted to come over here and gab. He goes, y'all be safe.
No, thank you.
I will make no such promises.
He looks at you, Otis, and just kind of laughs. Like, oh, good grief. He's like, well, be safe. And then he starts heading back to town.
Hell of a guy.
He's all singing to himself. He's like, Roxanne, only wants to party, but it's all right.
Nice.
Never gonna love me, but that's all right. She thinks I'm an asshole. She thinks I'm a player. She keeps running backdoor only because I pay her.
Oh,
Roxanne.
man. Oh, man. My heart goes out to homeboy. Y'all don't want to hear me, you just want to dance.
He's like,
yeah, let's go
but
to
the
clearing.
one in front of the
Yes.
shield lasts forever.
Exactly.
But yeah, you guys,
Anyway, thanks you.
Yes, please.
Yes.
The Peng Shun.
Johnny Bay need me.
Head for the storm.
so you guys make your way to the clearing that Crow guides you to, and yeah, it's just an opening. What do you call it? It's an opening within the forest wall. The sun's getting low, big guy, and as it starts to get darker, you guys begin to hear howls off in the distance. Loud. And you know those aren't wolves.
Hmm.
So you you reach into your bag of holding and you pull out a small glass bottle. Well, it's not small. It's like potion size glass bottle with inside of it is this purplish storm that has a whirlwind built up inside of it and thunder and lightning and and as you look down into the bottle, if you look, you can see directly down into the center of the whirlwind, and as it forms around, looking somewhat like a hurricane. And
Okay.
you all gather around, preparing. And Android, you uncork the bottle, and the contents begin to spill out. You watch as the whirlwind begins to siphon up out of the bottle itself and begin to form a storm around your guys' heads. Lightning flashing, and trees are now swaying crazily. Off in the distance, you can hear the howling and the barking getting louder and more fierce now as the storm begins to encapsulate you guys and whirlwind you around until you all are just spinning up inside its funnel wildly as it causes all this chaos and havoc. Lightning strikes a tree and others are getting blown down, and then you guys go right up into the air. And you just feel like you're spinning forever and ever until eventually your appointed destination and you are dropped promptly down into the imperial city of the Dragoon. The Forgotten City, as it's also known. And instantly, Dragoon soldiers begin to surround you all. Like, drawing swords and spears and pole axes and things, and they're just surrounding you, speaking in their draconic language, which I think only you, Quill, can understand when
Yeah, now.
yeah.
That's a good point.
Wait, what language? Is it just Draconic?
Well,
Or
it's
is
a type of draconic, yeah. It's a type of
Okay.
draconic, yeah. If you understand draconic at all, you can pick up pretty much most of what they're saying. And basically what they're saying is that this freaked them out so bad they're about to pee their pants, and they want you to understand. They want to know what the heck, and I'm paraphrasing, but they want to know who the heck you are.
Yeah, you was like, hey guys, what's up?
They're like, yeah, you're like, hey guys, what's up? And they just turn their spears on you like instantly. Like one of them just looks at you and is like, you know our language?
Yeah. Chosen one should, right?
Chosen one? Bah. Who's chosen one? What's that?
Okay. Ritual. Got, dragons, things, ancestors. Yeah.
One of them kind of.
What's her name?
What?
Hold on. Working on it. I don't have the notes and I don't remember all names for shit.
Now these are the type of Dragoonian guards that are the bronzish, goldish scaled, type of dragoon. Because the dragoon don't have just like one solid color; they're like a couple of colors combined.
You're being racist, Juko.
And they're
Yeah, he's good at that.
and
Okay, no.
they're like, one of them kind of whispers to the other one after everything you just said, you Quill, and they're like, what does he know? How does he know our ways? One of them says,
Fuck, I forgot her name.
sounds like
I
shoot.
remember 99, but I don't fucking remember the other one.
Mazaru.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, Mazaru. And then, what was the other guy? He looks at the android. He's like, what's the other guy's name? That the Shogun dude?
I don't remember the Shogun's name. We were running around with Laudi for a minute. What is that dude's name?
Yeah, he's like, we knew Laudi, Mazaru. Yeah, he says that in Draconic, and then he turns back into comedy. He's like, I forgot that motherfucking name. He seemed kind of nice. He was kind of awkward guy. He's like, yeah, the new Shogun. We was here with that. The whole,
Yeah.
guy naked in pit, waves like kind of ignorantly. You know what I mean? Like that's a claim to fame. Guy naked in the fighting pits.
One of them whispers to the other one, I think they're using Wujin magic.
I think Karashin, was it?
It was. That's not the new Shogun. That's the old Shogun that we got out
Right.
of office.
They hear you, Otis, say something about Kara Shin, and one of them says to you, he speaks to you in Dragoon, but Uquil, you hear him say like, "What do you know of Kara Shin? The exiled."
Yeah, we were one of the reasons he did succeed in his plan.
Kind
So to
of
speak.
looks side eye. They mentioned Laudi. They did mention Laudi. Go.
Like, you can take us to Laudi. He'll vouch for us.
He looks over. He just nods, and one of them goes running away. And they hold you all at spear until within a few minutes. Eventually, you guys see a dragoon come walking up who is it's not Laudi, but you recognize this dragoon.
That is the other guy.
Yeah, he is the gentleman who is a grand detective as well. He also has the brown and golden scales, and he wears a silk golden looking robe with long white hair and beard and everything. And he comes walking up, and he's like, they're like, Lord Fendok, they claim to know Grand Detective Laudi. He says, of course.
Grand detective.
He goes, of course they do.
Ah, yes.
Of
You know
course
who.
they do. He is that is the chosen one, you idiot. And these are his companions.
Uquil kind of like slaps himself, and he's like, fuck, we're back here. He kind of bows. He's like, forgive us.
Right, we should have probably used the front gate. That was our mistake. I know I can't understand this, but
yeah.
Uquil's just
I'll just tell
Uquil's-
Will.
Uquil's just sitting there like in a half bow with his hand on his head, sighing. He's like, forgive us. We're used to
They like making grand entrances.
to Styron. We kind of come and go a little too freely, I would see.
Fendok says, yes, well, in the future, showing up in a whirlwind is probably, while a grand entrance for the Chosen One is probably not a good idea. You'll have to understand, and he motions around, and you guys look around, and you realize the Forgotten City isn't like what it was during the time of the Jingzhou. There aren't like a whole bunch of denizens of the land roaming around. People aren't just partying and having a good time. It has returned to looking like a typical large city with primarily just Dragoon and human people walking around now. He says, you will see that now that the Jingzhou is over, people's memories are short here. And tensions are high once again, now that the shogunates are plotting once more.
Yuko kind of sighs and kind of like does the whole back of the neck rub. Yeah. I was kind of summoned, so I figured I needed to kind of be here fast, like, and may or may not have not used my better judgment.
So summoned. He goes, that is interesting. You were summoned. You must have been summoned for the coronation. The official coronation. Do what?
It's just that's all you get from me. He's like, yeah, sure, that sounds important. Question mark.
With that, he looks at. He's like, well, come, walk, talk. I will take you to Mazaru. She has not yet returned back to, what is that place called? Of course, it's going to be impossible. Sanma Miao. Yet. So she is still here, and I will explain what is going on. And then he looks at the guards and he's like, well, piss off then. And they're all like, oh, and they kind of gather up, and they're the one that was so suspicious of you all, he bows before you, Yuko, and he goes, I am so sorry, Chosen One. And he runs off.
Yeah, Yuko just kind of smiles and like, oh. I forget. Privilege.
He says, I am quite sorry that, again, I am sorry that they don't really remember you now that the Jingzhou is over. If you had seen them just a week ago, they would have, been ecstatic to see you again. But life has returned. Another some fun.
Yuko just kind of sighs. He's like, did not. Overly accustomed to it, was just kind of he's like, the words, wanting to enjoy in the revelry just a wee bit longer. He just kind of like chuckles.
He says, oddly enough, there have been some who have waited around here, and he's like, oh, let us start heading to the palace then. And he starts walking. He walks alongside you, Yuquil, as he talks. He's like, when you were all here last, yes, we appointed a new shogunate, shogun, but now the official ceremony has to take place, which means all the other shoguns have to be here under promise of no foul play. to recognize that the Dragoon now have a new shogun. That this is who, oh, for lack of a better word, this is who their new adversary is going to be. And so, be ready for that, as you will see all the other shoguns here in Pengshun. Or here in Longzi Judo.
I don't want to interrupt mid-sentence, but I want to say as we start walking, seeing that we're going to be in the company for a while, Mendok casts comprehend languages to try and figure out what the fuck's going on.
Oh, sure.
That's all.
So you don't really interrupt as much as you just cast the spell, and so about midway through his explanation, you know, your ears kind of glow for a minute, and then they fade, and you like his language goes from sounding just like, you know, a mixture of Mandarin and Korean to at least that's how I look at it. You know, it would be like a fine mixture of the two languages. That's what Draconic sounds like to just pure common, I guess. And so you catch the tail end of him saying, so you are going to, you know, the coronation, yada, 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 and you are going to get to meet all the other shoguns. So be prepared for that, because not all of them are polite. In fact, none of them are polite.
He's like, I remember, oh, homeboy, yeah, he was a swell fellow. He says, kind of like sarcastically.
He says, yes, the exiled. He goes, interesting bit of work you all did there. He would have been executed along with Meow Meow had you all not uncovered what you uncovered. Now he's just been exiled.
Fair enough.
He says, yes, it's quite funny. Quite funny. But necessity makes for strange bedfellows, I suppose. And with that, you all enter into the Forgotten Palace. And it's just like you remember, you know, large foyer room with the stage that takes you into the throne chamber. But there are tons of people there. Different kinds of people, at least, are still in here. Nobles of Dragoon and Human and Kuatua and Yakuzan, which are just yak folk and things like that. But you do see that the Bunzai are still here. And you see a familiar face come out of the crowd. He's an old Bunzai rabbit folk. Comes walking up to you. You all know him as the great hair. He's an elderly looking rabbit man with his bunny ears. He wears some spectacles and a leather vest, and his bunny ears are tied up like a man bun type of thing. As he comes walking up to you all, and he's just like, "Oh, I am so glad you have returned. I was afraid that you wouldn't. I didn't know how I was going to get," and he motions to Zoltan, "your young bride to you, young man." And then he realizes that none of you know what he's saying at all. Except Mindoc in this sense. Because he's not even talking Draconic, so you Quill, it completely goes over your head too. Mindoc, you are the only one who comprehends a thing that he just said.
I think Mindoc would be oblivious to this fact.
And then he just kind
I
of...
think really all of us would be kind of oblivious.
No, oblivious to go, yeah, okay. No, but if it's nodding along, it's just like, oh, yeah, okay.
I think after he does all that, Otis is gonna cast comprehend languages as well.
You just looks at him kind of like,
If Will didn't indicate to Android that he didn't understand that bit of it, then Android's just kind of like, whatever. I'll wait for Uquil to interpret.
Uquil is like just looking at him like, huh? You know.
Yeah, he's kind of.
This guy's supposed to like say, come again, one more time. What was that?
Dude, you cast a comprehend languages, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the same as tongues. So
Well,
he
no,
doesn't.
I'm not meaning to speak his language. I just said in a comment like, say again.
Yeah, he just looks at you confused now. Like he doesn't understand what you're saying, and then he's like looking around, kind of confused at the whole, like at the lot of you.
Okay, now it's obvious.
Oh, it's gonna be like, okay, then
This boy
that
Android
case.
casts tongues.
Yeah, you don't know. Okay.
Yeah, I know tongues.
We're about to have my dog speaking for everyone.
Last
Not
thing we need.
Not happening.
I'm gonna roll something real quick here, just because this is gonna get way out of hand real quick unless I do this. Okay, yeah. Fendok is looking around, and because he's a detective, he just kind of discerns what's happening here, and he tells you Uquil, he goes, "You all don't understand our language anymore, do you?"
Uquil just looks at him and like tilts his head. He's like, wait a minute.
He looks at the gray hair and says something to the gray hair in his language, and the gray hair says something back. And then he looks at you, Uquil, and he says, let your companions know that the gray hair is overjoyed to see you all once more, and that he was worried because he didn't know how if you all hadn't returned, he didn't know how he was going to get that one's bride back to him. And he motions to Zoltan.
Uquil just kind of chuckles. He's like, Poppy's happy to see us again. You freaking right, does old.
Well, I came back here for her to make sure I take her with me this time.
Uquil just laughs like hysterically. He's like, he said, he came back to get her. I think he forgot.
Fendok just nods and then tells him in his language, he forgot her, but he's back now.
I can't take her to Drow Society with me.
The great, yeah.
Well, actually, you know what? She'd probably fit in better than you.
Probably fit better than most of us, honestly.
She might have.
She might thrive.
The gray hair kind of frowns for a minute and then says something to him in his language, and he says, the gray hair says that it is regrettable that you all can't understand him anymore, because he was so hoping to reunite and talk with Android once more. But with that said, he said he will fetch the girl and see to her and put her in his care once more.
Uquil just passes along the message. He's like, yeah. He wishes he could talk to you again, Android. He likes you, I guess.
Oh. Well, I guess I could talk to him. I was just trying to be sparing with my spells. He kind of casts tongues and just waits, I guess. Or I get to wait for him to come back, then casts tongues.
Does tongues allow you to comprehend the language?
I thought so. Let me double check.
Speak and understand the language of any intelligent
Okay.
creature.
Okay, just making sure. When he returns with a slender, Pankshunian human woman who stands there, and she looks at you, Zoltan, and comes running up and hugs you and says something and starts like kissing your face and starts speaking to you in a language you don't even understand whatsoever.
Shit.
Oh Oh, nice.
This is Chew Me, you know, Zoltan, your bride, the slave girl that you bought's freedom and then married. Or well, she's your bride to be. You're not married yet. You're engaged, but you bought her freedom. And so she's like hugging you and kissing you and just speaking to you in her native language, in what is the continent of Pangshun's common tongue.
Android kind of looks to, Mindoc pretty amused, and he's kind of like, any way to make tongues permanent?
That could be done, but it would require sacrifice.
Oh.
What kind of sacrifice?
Human?
I like
this sacrifice.
I like.
He says, but just an energy source. There are many ways.
I like the way that all happened. He's like, that would require sacrifice. Android goes, Otis goes, what kind of sacrifice? So, Agaricus, human? Just one right after the other.
I forget you are not familiar with, more arcane terms, but in any case, I can look into it.
With that,
That
great.
would actually be helpful.
With that, the great hair just like nods at you, Android, and he thinks that you can't understand him, but he says to you anyways. He's like, "Well, Android, I'm sorry you can't understand me anymore. I want you to know that everything that happened between us, I still live in shame about, and I want you to know that I did truly consider you a friend, and I think that even despite your age, though I don't know how old you are, you are a very wise man and a kind man. And I believe that wherever you're going and whatever you're going to do will be blessed by whoever it is that you bend your ear to in worship." With that, he just bows deeply.
Android just kind of looks a little, strangely at him, and he's kind of like, I just hadn't cast the spell. Mazar Ruse had worn off. Sorry.
He's still bowing when you say that. When you do that, he flinches like audibly, like just becomes stiff and slowly raises up and looks you in the eyes.
I'm gonna say that Android kind of bows to him, like apologetically, like, "I'm sorry, I didn't stop you."
Otis is laughing.
Be awkward.
He goes, "You
Yuko's just sitting there chuckling, shaking his head.
You Quill can't understand him."
I know, but he just sees he sees Android like freaking out. He knows it wasn't good.
Fair enough. Yeah. He's like, he just looks at you and goes, "How long have you been able to understand me again?"
When you started talking, I cast the spell. Because it's a limited time frame that I can use it. So I wanted to maximize the window, but yes.
Like, oh. Well,
It is good to see you again, Great Hair.
he goes, "Likewise." Says, I hope we see each other again in the future, Android. Now that I have completed my task. Your friend over here, and he motions to you, Quill. He goes, "You, the chosen one of the Dragoon. His beast. He wanted me to let him know that if he needs him, to summon him, but he was gonna stay where he's at. He has become quite fond of one of our cottontails. Choo Choo. Him and her are like friends, I guess. It's really quite sweet, really. He walks around and protects her. He protects all the Cottontails.
We fucking left Yucca.
Talking about the yucca.
We forgot about Yucca.
He goes,
It's a
but
good thing we're back.
he goes, but Yucca chose to stay. He says, but he chose to stay there. We gave him the option to come and meet you here, but he said that if you need him, just summon him. But he wants to stay where he is for the moment.
Okay, well, I relay that to you, Quill.
Just tell him he loves those Cottontails and they love him, and but he says he will uphold his end of the bargain, whatever that may be between them. Should he summon him, he will come to the call.
Yukwil just chuckles and he's like, stupid. Fucking all right. Like, that's the whole interaction. He's just like, stupid fucking thing. Give it the yucca.
He's like, he's got the most fascinating stories.
Yeah.
Just kind of like cringes at that.
He's like, did you know he was a dragon once?
Okay. Deadpool.
Oh, man.
With
Tell
that,
us about it.
he's like, with that, he says, well, I and mine, now that our business here is complete, we have a long journey ahead of us and we must head back. He says, good luck to you, Android, and to the rest of yours, even though they can't understand me now. May Primus's blessing be upon you, and may fate always stay in your balance.
And to you, I think. The Rethian's light be upon you. He kind of bows.
He bows as well.
Yukwil just sees it happening and follows suit. Like, doesn't know what's being said, but he's like, I think that's goodbye? Question.
Otis just waves.
Honestly, like, if I bow that low, my forehead's gonna kiss the floor.
I ain't about to try to faceplant again.
Oh yeah, that time you tried to bow and you just fell completely up. He's like, good luck. And with that, you guys watch as he, with his cane, just goes walking out, and he's followed by other Bunzai. With that, Thane Doc just stands there and he says, well, now that is all taken care of, I suppose we can enter in. And prepare for the coronation.
Right.
When did King Charles show up?
So you all enter into the throne room, and it is that high tiered stepped up to his throne area with the candles lighting it and everything. The flames flicker with Mazaru on a podium slightly smaller than his, like shorter than his, off to the side as she sits there and she sees you all and nods in your direction and motions for you all to motions for you all to come forward.
Okay.
She looks at you all and she says, "Oh, you all have returned."
Yeah, evidently a little abruptly, but yes.
She's like, "Well, I did not expect to see you again so soon, but I knew that you were on your way, since I was aware that the ancestors called you."
Yeah. How does one say? We stay busy, so we try to move as swift as possible.
She says, "Quite. You and yours get around."
Yeah, a little bit.
Clown with the underground.
She says, "Oh," and she casts like a spell and casts it over the rest of you so you can understand. Zoltan, this entire time, Chumi's just been hanging off your arms, just saying things to you in a language you don't understand, and now it's slowly like coming in, and she's just like, the bonsai were so nice. They're like, I mean, I have seen rabbit folk before, but they're cottontails. Have you seen their cottontails? They are giant, fluffy creatures, and I got to actually lay with one and use them kind of as a pillow, and they are so warm and so sweet, and you're so sweet for coming back for me. I didn't think you were going to come back for me.
I kind of like Jimmy, actually.
I thought you close. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, I'm like, Jesus, I don't know that Android would like her.
Definitely wouldn't.
Yeah. You close. It's like,
Get off me, woman.
get the tape. Get the tape. We have a yuck already.
I think they get quite along quite well.
Maybe we should stick them together. Anyways.
Mazaru, though, she's like, I had forgotten that the effects of my spell would wear off of all of you at some point in time. And then she looks and sees you, Mindoc, and her eyes kind of squint for a minute, and she goes, you are new. Now, Mazaru, you know, she's one of those. She's one of those dragoon whose scales are like a light crystal blue with the white, and she's got the long white hair and the big billowy wings. You know, she wears her long purple gown, and she's very like kind of like noble looking. You know, distinguished. I guess you could say, kind of wise. You know.
Okay.
And she looks at you, Mindoc, and she motions for you to come forward. She's like, step forward.
I do so.
Without taking her eyes off of you, she just says to the rest of you, and no one in particular, she says, is this a new companion of yours?
Equal size. He's like, yes and no.
Debatable.
Hard to, yeah. It seems he is somebody. We knew somebody of the same name, and he looks at Mindoc and he's like, he acts like one of the ones we knew. Put it that way.
She says, I see. She stares at you, Mindoc, and she says, look into my eyes, child, and hold them.
With kind of narrowed eyes.
She says, it is necessary. And she, like, gazes into your eyes for a moment. And it is.
Look into my eyes.
I imagine, yeah, because she's done this with everybody else, right? I imagine for Mindoc, though, this is particularly uncomfortable because it does feel like a type of prying that she's doing, you know? I'm not saying she's reading your mind, per se, right? It's more like a merging of souls.
Can I do a subtle detect magic?
I mean, if you want, you're allowed to play as much D&D as you like. Yeah. So you cast detect magic, and it is magic what she is doing. Like you can discern that, but again, it's different. This is kind of like what was going on with Otis earlier. It is sort of divine in its nature. It's a different kind of divine, but there is.
Soon I come away, but I'm gonna mind blank. Because we're that paranoid.
you hear her say, like, as an inner thought, not even like as a mind reading. It's just more like an inner thought, almost as if you thought it yourself. She says, I'm not here to pry open your mind, child. That is intrusive and unwelcome. She says, I'm just here to see you.
Some would find a little distinction. Don't know if they understand, but
Yeah. She says, you don't belong, do you? She goes, not, and I'm not referring to what the Chosen said about you. You just know you don't belong. It's quite interesting. She says, you have my full support in what you are trying to discover. If I could help you, I would. But sadly, I have no information that you need. She's
I'm
like,
not sure that she understands any speech, kind of just sort of nods in affirmation, but more like relaxed now.
she says, if I could give you any advice, I would say you are on the right path. You may yet find what you look for in the company of these.
Let's see.
And with that, she ends the stare and looks at you, Android, and she says, keep this one with you.
That's all she says.
Yeah.
Android bows to her. And he just bows to her and he says, very well.
She says, now she motions for you, Quill. She's like, come sit next to me so that all the others can see that we have the Chosen One with us. She's like, the rest of you, just stand over here to the side. And, don't make this like the banquet.
I don't know what you mean.
This is a-
immediately vomits nothing.
She's like, this is a particularly special occasion. We need absolute reverence here. And with that, you all begin to watch the coronation. Like, as soon as you all are in place and everything, you all wait for a few minutes. Chumi is still just rattling on at you, Zoltan, until Mazaru snaps her fingers. She doesn't even bother to look in your direction. She just reaches out a hand and snaps her fingers while still looking down at the entrance. And somehow Chumi just knows that was for her, and she just like dummies up. And then you guys watch as a dragoon takes a yeah, they just rout. And then that one guy just hits the symbol every once in a while. Bam! And you guys watch as the new shogun enters the chamber. He is a formidable looking dragoon. He is tall with muscles. His scales are the charcoal black with the neon green highlights to them. You hear as one of the dragoon, one that you don't even see, you just hear a dragoon, says, "I present the new shogun, Hizaki Koba." And you hear the band go, "Ah!" And then everything stops. And he marches down to down the the walkway, whatever, to the throne, and steps up it slowly, and then turns and bows to all the other shoguns and to all the people there, and then takes his seat at the on the throne, signifying his reign. And he says out loud, he says, "I, Izaki Koba, take the position of the shogun of the dragoon below. I welcome all the other shoguns to our land this night. I hope that we can live together in peace and find peaceful resolution to our differences. However, if not, I will have no qualms about going to war. Let it be known now that Hizaki Koba wishes for peace." And it is deathly silent. Yeah. And then it is deathly silent for a minute. And then you watch as a human, a very tall human male, comes marching down towards the throne. He's not walking like he's being aggressive. He's just walking with purpose and reverence. He is a tall human. He's even tall by human standards. He wears armor that has like the decoration of a bronze tiger upon it, a crown upon his head. And he looks like he looks like what you would say he's kind of a big deal, I guess you could say. You know what I mean? Like, even just his presence alone looks like it commands respect, I guess you could say. And he says, "Shogun Tenkai Shogun Dragoon." And then he steps to the side as now somebody else begins to approach one by one. A different shogun approaches, the throne. You have the shogun of the Kuatoa, who you have met before, Bu Krogi. He looks Kuatoan, which are like, they look kind of like fish frog people, The difference with this one in particular is the fact that the Kuatoa are normally kind of short people too. They're about 4 foot tall, about the same size as Agaragis and
Don't forget my name.
About the same size as Agaragis and Otis. Only this one, he is slightly taller. He's almost 5 foot tall, and while most Koatua are either like a bluish or greenish color, this one is more of a bronze color, signifying his importance. He wears like a helmet with the headdress on it and armor, and he approaches and he says, "Bull Krogi of the Koatua Shogunate, recognize the new shogun," you know? And you get a large yak folk looking gentleman who now while you've seen Bull Krogi before, and I think Quill has even seen Tenkai before, you guys have never seen this yak folk before, this yak man. You've seen yak folk before because they were at the Jingzhou, but you haven't seen this particular guy before. He is a very large, which yak are just kind of like bull or ox, you know? But he is clad in heavy armor, and he carries with him a giant hammer, and when he snorts, smoke seems to billow from his mouth, or from his nose, his nostrils. And he is a very fierce looking person, and he is quite large. Like if Tenkai was tall, this guy is both tall and wide. You know? Very, you could say sort of intimidating presence this particular one has. As he approaches the throne. And he says, "Shogun Guan Lu recognizes the new shogun." And finally, to round that all out, another human approaches the throne, and he, unlike the others, this dude doesn't look like he's some kind of fierce warrior. He says, Wan Lu of the Yakuzan Shogunate. But anyways, this dude doesn't look as intimidating as the others. He looks more like a diplomat than you could say a full-fledged like warrior shogun looking dude. He is heavier set. He wears fine robes and drapery. He is smoking a cigarette, but he puts it out before approaching there to be polite. He's got like a black beard, a finely trimmed black beard and mustache as he approaches. And he says, what is this dude's name? I don't even remember this guy's name. I'm sorry. I know.
Long fucking explanation. Don't remember name? No.
Yeah, I know. It is so ridiculous. Like all of this. I know this whole thing is ridiculous, but it's important. He says, "Shogun Wei Zhou of the Six Demons Shogunate recognizes the new shogun of the Dragoon." And then he bows. And with that, a voice calls out and says, "All shogunates recognize the new shogun." And with that, again, the band begins to play. Bam! Bam! Blah, blah, blah. And then everybody just kind of calms down and begins to intermingle once more. And Mazaru looks at you guys. Well, looks at you in particular, Quill, and she goes, "Whew, that went better than expected."
Quill sighs deeply. He's like, yeah, for sure. he's like visibly sweating, like just looking at the others.
Yeah, if you take a close look at Otis just staring off into space. He's been doing that the entire time.
I think we'll have to get that one a small chicken for his efforts.
She says, "Oh no, I'm not just talking about the commotion you and your group could have caused. I'm talking about the whole situation in general." This,
Oh?
she goes, "Yes, this coronation was rushed. Normally, a new shogun is supposed to be, the changing of a shogun is supposed to be signified at least a full cycle in advance." Which a full cycle, just to remind you all, means like 1 year, a full cycle of the moons. And she says, "Yes." She goes, "The fact that none of them protested, that would have meant war."
Oh shit.
She's like, "Yes, it is a good thing."
Quite literally says that. It's like, oh shit.
She's like, "Yes, it's a good thing that Koba strikes an intimidating figure." I don't think
I
think
can see how that would be a benefit.
She's like, "Yes, I don't think any of the new shoguns are quite ready to try and take him on just yet until they learn him a little bit more."
I guess that's good, I suppose, for everybody, right?
Says yes. And she goes, "And now you've seen all the shoguns. What do you think? Can you take them?"
As in a fight?
Fuck yeah.
And let's just say we needed somebody to be.
Oh, biggest shit-eating grin when he's just like, it's the first time in a long time he's been kind of cocky. So yeah, it's like the thought alone excites him. He's just like, yeah.
She goes, "Good. Release our mother so we have all the juice we need. The time for unification in Pengshun is now." If we have
I
to,
forgot about that. He just looks at Andrew and he's like, "Hey, buddy. I'm gonna have some fun."
Yeah. I think Android's just gonna kind of hold his silence for a moment. For the moment, and just kind of bow to you, Quill, you know?
she says, "Until then, should you need our aid," she says, "Here." And she hands you a porthole, basically. She says, "Set that any place you think it will be safe, and you will be able to travel here back home at your leisure." She goes, "Should you need extra men where you are, you will have the cohorts you need."
Yeah.
She's like, "We have ours set up too in Koba's private chambers. So nobody will be aware of your coming and going."
What's the city's name again?
The city
My brain
is the city itself is, in their language, is Zhejiang, but in common it translates loosely to the Forgotten City.
Yeah, that's right. Roger that. Quill just takes it and smiles and nods at her. He's like, "I guess it's time I get to work then."
She says, Quite. She says, the ancestors wanted you here to witness this coronation, possibly to be able to size up the competition. But beyond that, you are free to go, you and yours. She's like, oh, and for heaven's sakes, tell your friends to learn our language.
Yeah, I should probably start teaching them, shouldn't I?
She says it could not hurt.
Oh, he wants to ask. Yeah, but he's like, oh, on that. Shit, I forgot her name. The one that entered by memories. I forgot her name during the trials.
Xanye.
Yeah, he's like, is Xanye still around?
She's like, Xanye?
Mm-hmm.
And she just looks at you questioningly. She's like, I am not familiar with this Xanye you speak of.
She took part in the trial.
In the Jingzhou. She's one of the competitors.
Yes.
She's like, human?
I believe so.
She's like, well, the only human competitor I can think of, other than yourself, that was in the trials, would have been the representative of the Golden Lotus Monastery. And yes, they are still in town, if I'm not mistaken. They're quite peaceful most of the time, so they're allowed to go. They're allowed to roam pretty freely amongst the shogunates. Most shogunates think it's bad karma to interfere with them. She's like,
okay.
She might be within this coronation. All you have to do is just look. There's plenty of people here. Ask about. I know they're still in town, though.
He's like, fair enough. And he's like, all right, well, yeah, definitely need to take care of the whole thing with tech pieces. But this is an interesting detour, possibly.
She's like, I don't know how you'll be able to go up into the stars. Nor do I know how you'll be able to unlock such things as a gate. But you were the one chosen, so figure it out.
Equal just smiles, pats Android on the back. He's like, we have more ways. And starts kind of like scanning the crowd for homegirl.
Go ahead and roll me a spot check.
I think I told you this. That one needs to be. But also,
You're like, I think I've told you that. That when it comes to
is ongoing.
when it comes to skills, my skill checks. You don't see her right away, but you do notice somebody who is visibly staring at you. Not so much so conspicuously, but well enough that had you not been looking for him, you would have never noticed him. But because you are just kind of looking around now, you do visibly notice this person eyeing you from afar. He wears like a dark leather and cloth like tunic, and on his gloves he's got bronze symbols of tigers, and he wears a silver mask that has a tiger etched into it that almost makes his visage in of itself look like a mask. And he's just watching you intently. The mask doesn't afford any knowledge, I guess you can say, on what kind of expression he may have upon his face. but it is definitely noticeable that he is looking in your direction and kind of, the expression is game recognizes game. So you know when somebody is sizing you up. Let me put it to you like that.
Ooh, one sec. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't work like I thought it. Okay. Fun on that end. I was gonna do something, but my thing doesn't work the way I want it to. So I'm sitting up on it.
I cast fist.
I hate it when that happens.
Yes.
I hate it when my thing doesn't work the way I want it to.
Exactly. Uquill just instinctively fucking kicks presence on, and then like, so this has its full buff.
And what are you trying to do? Oh, intimidate.
He does his. Again, a lot of times with his intimidate, it's more of a come get you some. It, like, you know what I mean? Like, he just smiles, stares like through him, and then just turns away like he's not worth another thought. And like, he recognizes that he's there, you know what I mean? He's just like, another time. And then continues looking for a homegirl.
Android, you are just watching the crowd mingle. What is everybody just kind of letting the crowd mingle? You guys aren't really like breaking ranks and just going into the crowd or anything like that. Might I understand this correctly?
Kind of how I feel. Trying to stay close, you know.
Right. You watch Android as a Kuatoa comes not pushing through the crowd, just kind of walking through the crowd. And again, these are rather short people. He comes walking up through the crowd. He is a he is one of the brown-skinned Kuatoa as well. He's got these like while he looks sort of frog-like, he's got almost like catfish whiskers coming off of his face, and they kind of like two of them curl up like a curled mustache, while two of them point kind of off to the side, like he's just got like one of those long dashes. He's kind of you could say a sort of manic expression on his face, but it's not sinister as much as it is just kind of like oddly gleeful, while at the same time being maniacal. You know what I'm saying? And he approaches you, Android, as he comes walking up to you, and he says, "The name is Fengao, and I am to understand that you require my services."
You are Fengao.
I am Fengao. Well, Fengao, to be precise, but whatever.
Interesting.
Says, yes, I understand that you were told to speak with a Kuatoan. Me, in particular. He goes, I must say, I should thank you. Actually, I wasn't even going to come to this coronation. My kind aren't used to speaking with those who are less than dark in the nether regions. But the one who spoke to
What does that mean?
he just kind of
What are those?
he just kind of chuckles and says, the nether regions, you know, them. And he just kind of like manically like motions into the air and like out, like he's almost like wiping. It looks like he's almost wiping like invisible glass, you know, as he just waves his hand around. It's like, you know, there. He goes, I'm not used to talking to ones who don't sound as dark. He goes, but the one that told me to come here to speak with you. Well, that voice was kind. Kinder than I've ever heard. So I thank you. I can't really describe the voice. I'm not used to it. It was like pure magic.
He kind of raises an eyebrow. He's kind of like, you mean like spirits? He kind of is like, hold on, Coralon told you to come speak with me? He just looks real confused.
He just begins to chuckle. I mean, and it's like it's like it's not even a slight chuckle. It's a chuckle that makes a scene. People are like stopping and looking in your direction. Not the whole place. The place is too full for that, but people closest by are like stopping and looking like, oh god, these Koatoa. You know what I mean? And he's like slapping a knee and everything. He's like, you know? He's like, you don't know anything about my people, do you?
Android looks a little... I don't want to say that he's like shaken exactly, but you could tell that kind of like set him aback. You know, like, what the fuck am I even experiencing right now type deal. And he's like, he kind of bows to him slightly and he's like, forgive me, I don't know much. I'm not from here. As I'm sure you're aware.
He's like, alienists, boy, alienists. And that is the only...
I don't know that I know what that word means.
And that's the only explanation you get, too. He says, you have questions, I have answers. He's like, so ask them.
There's like 1,000-yard stare for just for just a moment. He's like, why? He kind of thinks carefully, and then he narrows his eyes and kind of tries to meet Fangao's gaze now, you know, and he says, why? And I'm hesitant to speak the name, but why does the Dark One hate his brother? Why does he seek to stomp through the creation? I don't get it.
Says, oh, you're asking about the old ones. The first ones. The undying, the unkillable. The very syllables that dance upon our tongues. Those who are responsible for the very flesh and blood that pumps through our veins, whether it be green, blue, red, black. He says, those ones. And like, as he's saying it, his voice is audibly getting louder again to the point to where people are like stopping and just like looking in your guys' direction like, do you really have to get the Kuatua going? You know?
Yeah.
Nice.
He's like, the ones that dance on the stars, within our souls, upon our heads, the ones who control our minds, whose wills control our own, whether we like it or not. We are but the clay, they are but the hands.
Uquill looks at him when he says that. He's just like, huh? Like that gets his attention back from his little investigation of the crowd.
That's right.
They shape the putty that shapes the universe, that shapes the worlds, that shapes our desires. That
Uquill just puts out his hand real quick and he's like, stars?
he's when Uquill says stars, he looks at you, Uquill, real quick and goes, quite. And quite is what they are. Quite powerful, quite merciless, quite loving.
I need to traverse there.
He's like, traverse there, traverse here, traverse everywhere. That's where they are, everywhere. He goes, those are the ones you seek to know? He's like, tell me, yes. Vengao will listen. Listen, I will. Give you answers, I might.
That Uquill is trying to free. He says, I think he was there for that conversation.
That was that was a private conversation, yeah.
I don't.
Okay.
And Uquill has never quite told him any of that.
Yes, there are things that Android is getting ready to ask that probably coincide with that, but there are things that Android feels the need to ask you now, because don't let it. Okay, I had to catch myself for a second there. Don't think it went unnoticed. When what did she mean by our mother? Whatever, I'll let that slide for now. However, I understand this line of questioning that I'm doing here is kind of a for the greater purpose of us all.
Yeah. Uquill looks at Android and he just kind of smiles. He's like, I told you, my friend. A grand adventure. See if we can... He thinks for a moment. He just leans in and whispers to him. He's like, to do what you do best, I need information on how to find Takesis. And then he just pulls back slowly and smiles. He's like, gives him a good old pat on his back, and he's like, this is your area of expertise, not mine.
He's like, I don't know much about that, but I'll do my best. He's kind of thinking about this. He's like, okay, I'm asking about another T name right now, though.
Uquill just nods and he's like, I leave it to you. And he starts walking off into the crowd to go find Homegirl. He's got his own things. He's dumping it on you.
It's like, and he kind of turns back to Fangao and he's like, yes, perhaps to know said old one isn't the correct phrasing. However, I wish for some information on such, because I don't understand what this one wants with me.
Vin Zhao leans in and goes, speak the name so that I might know.
Android's kind of pale, man. He's
like he leans into you and says it like so, just like that. Speak his name so that I might know.
He's kind of like, do you not already? He kind of raises an eyebrow.
I'm getting this.
I mean, yeah, as much as you want. You didn't go anywhere, and I'm not gonna make you roll a listen for it. He's been He's been pretty
Yeah,
freaking.
I mean, we're causing a scene.
Yeah, he's been pretty theatrical. Like,
Yeah, Yuko was the only one that walked off to go find somebody, so he left Andrew to do his thing.
Wait, we're causing a scene?
No!
No, we're not.
yeah.
I stepped away real quick and I just come back to like, we're causing a scene. Like, oh, we are? What are we doing? Let me help.
They might be Yuko stepped away for a moment. He's not decent.
It's like in the realm of chaos, there sits a throne, and upon that throne sits the defeated trickster, the
Oh,
first.
that makes me sick. Go ahead.
The one of the first, one of the old, defeated, murdered in cold blood, weakened, bound to the throne that is the gate. Beyond that gate sits the void, and in that void sits the one who desires. His desire is a void in of itself, and that void seeks to devour everything. He who sits on the throne is tired. He'd rather see it all gone than hold his position any longer. That's what he seeks from you. And then, if within that silence, that moment of quiet, you know, with just the sounds of us and somebody checking something out from the store in the background, because I don't know what all that noise was. His eyes roll into the back of his head. And a voice, not his own, begins to whisper at you, Android. Says, I see you now. Find me. Free me from this place. And then his one hand reaches out and, like, almost like it's gonna forbade you, and he says, if I wanted to, I could destroy this entire room. You knock at the door. I answered. I have not forgotten about the curse. You can only evade me for so long. I will find you again. And then with that, his eyes roll back. And he's Fingal once more, and he goes, I don't know who you're asking about, young sir, but if you just give me a name, I might be able to tell you something.
Andric kind of nods to him, and he's like, what can you tell me about one called Tachesis?
He goes, oh, the Lady of the Stars, the dragon constellation. And he motions and he goes, look to the sky at night. You will see the multi-headed dragon lady in the north. She begins in the north and ends in the east. That is where she sleeps. That is her domain. But every morning she wakes up and checks the door to see if anybody's come to visit. When she sees that no one's there, she cries herself back to her home and rests.
She resides in the east? Okay. Well,
He's like, remember what I told you, word for word.
will do. And he says, thank you for meeting with me. And he kind of bows to him.
He says, okay. Kind of weird, but okay. Then he looks at the rest of you and he says, nope. And then just walks off back into the crowd.
He was like, good, I didn't want to talk to you either.
So yeah, Android relays all of that via ring to you, Quill. He's like, that's what he's got. Sounds like a riddle.
Was it exactly?
Something about her residing in the east, and when she wakes up, every morning she wakes up, see if somebody's there, and when she doesn't, she cries herself back to sleep.
Yeah, word for word. Yes, I love this group.
Her head is in the north.
I tried to bait repeating it for me so that I could, type it because I was trying to, but I'm not a typographer. Whatever you call them, it's probably not that.
Well, that's going to be fun when you guys finally get around to doing this. I can already tell you.
For the most.
So, with that said, I guess you, Quill, you cut out. If you were saying anything else, you cut out abruptly, so I thought you were just done.
Yeah. Like I'd asked him what she had said and whatnot. I think I've got most of it down pat, but I was like, yeah.
Okay.
That's.
I'll listen back to the recording and type it.
Well, I've got most of it, I think. I'll expand this where I can actually read it. Jesus Christ, when you type it, just, you know what I mean? Her head is in the north. She resides in the east. Waits at the
Constantly.
Waits at the door, see if anyone is there, and then cries herself back home.
Yeah.
I do believe. But yeah, I'll find it as well. Okay. But yeah, Euclid had walked off and he was doing his own little thing. He was doing what Euclid does best. He's hunting. He has a
It's a lot.
nobody, and I mean nobody, says no to Euclid without good reason.
Nobody. I think that's where we're gonna call it for tonight, y'all.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already almost 1 o'clock. It's already almost 1 o'clock.
We can keep running it.
I know.
I cannot. I am.
I know.
slowly doing it from my head.
I know we could, but no, we're gonna call it for tonight. This is a fine spot to
I was
stop.
gonna try to call in tomorrow too. You're gonna be my reason.
Well, then just be. I can still be your reason. I don't care about that. Like my DM kept me up all night.
He's such a bastard.
Then you might want to explain to them what a DM means.
What's a DM?
Yeah, and so you might want to explain to them that too. But with that said, yes, got quite a bit done tonight.
Oh yeah, we're digging holes.
A lot of exposition was said and done. Yeah, with much more to do. I guess next week y'all are gonna make your way back to White Sword, and
Well, possibly. We got 4 holes we can dig, I'm sure.
Oh, there's plenty more.
Definitely.
There is so much more you could do if you just wanted to stay here. That you could involve yourselves in. That you weren't.
I'm hunting for somebody. I'm gonna dig up some more information along the way.
Yeah, fair enough. I guess I should prepare some things. Just in case. Fair enough. But with that said, we're gonna call it a night. I want to thank you guys, the Dem Old School Gamers, for joining me once again for yet another session. I want to thank the audience at home for joining us for yet another session. It sounds more proper when I say it like that.
No.
No. But seriously, I want to thank everybody. If you enjoy this, like, share, and subscribe. You know, we'll grow the channel, and you know, who knows? Who knows? Meanwhile, somebody is beating the crap out of their keyboard, it sounds like.
What was on that bitch? That motherfucker was assaulting his shit. I don't know.
Yeah, sounds like some like.
Fuck this fucking keyboard! God damn.
It's just mechanical.
What do you do? Type with a hammer? I mean, good grief! Well, bam, bam, bam,
That
bam.
is mechanical. It's begging for you to stop. I didn't know they could.
I hate stiff keys. Anyway,
I said clap louder. It's like, oh Jesus, fuck me.
that's what happens when goon dries. Anyways,
That's a crunch you always do.
you gotta beat it up just to get it to type W.
You have to.
Anyways, say goodnight, everybody.
Man.
Yeah, good night. Yeah, and all that.
You guys mother
Good night, you nasties.